Hello there, and welcome back.
What is this place?
Disconnected.
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 I'm starting to feel disconnected.
You have reached a number that has been disconnected.
Hi there, everyone, and welcome back to another Thursday live with somebody brand new to an episode of Reconnected. We got the one and only Mr. Eli Olsberg. Eli, thanks for showing up.
Hey, Ryan, thank you for having me, and hello, everybody in the chat.
Just announced today, Eli is the new co-host of the Punk Vacation podcast.
That's right, an unofficial Vinegar Syndrome podcast.
You are, I know Chris would appreciate me saying this, one of the better parts of the Punk Vacation podcast, and I'm so glad to have you here. You're incredible.
Thank you. Thanks so much. It's really flattering to hear. I've always told him that, like, I always find Punk Vacation, I always, when I listen before he ever asked me to come on, I was always like, it's one I want to jump in and have a conversation on. So yeah. I always think that's like the best compliment you could pay a podcast. So it's nice to, hopefully other people want to do that when they hear us talking about it.
So how did that first time on happen? Like, how long have you and Chris known each other?
Not very, I would say about a year, well, longer than that, because we're on the Vinegar Syndrome Discord, and he started the podcast like a year and a half ago, I think. And I jumped in, like, I was just listening to it for a few months, and I never really reached out, even though he encouraged people to reach out. He's always like so transparent about that. And I also agree with that. So, like, if anybody here listening ever wants to, like, tell us how to make the show better or anything different, and so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, I just love to be on because I'm a subscriber. I love watching all their shit. He and I are more apologists than other people, I guess you could say. And so and I told him, I said, I really cover, I got into them because of the Melusine side before I had to become Melusine. And he said, yeah, why don't you come on for February when they have the big Melusine sale? And we talked, me, Chris, and Celeste talked about porn for 90 plus minutes, which, if you don't want to watch it, I guess that's the next best thing you could do if you wanted, if you want a passive experience about it. And then from there, he just kept he would invite me back every few episodes. And I guess because I also watch the movies fairly, like, when I get my rule is for the sub, when I start watching when I get mainline stuff, I watch it before the next mainline shipment. That's my rule. So that way I don't have boxes bursting at the fucking seams, So I think that was part of the appeal too. So he was like, whatever he would need someone to come on. And eventually he was just like, look, I wanted to have a co-host for a while. Especially for, like, different guests and kind of trying to figure out different ways to expand the podcast. So he said on the episode, this week's episode, he's like, I had to beg Eli, and I was like, oh, just to be clear, by beg, I said absolutely in all caps within 5 seconds.
Yeah, Chris exaggerates sometimes on stuff like that.
Yeah, and I don't. That is not hyperbole. I literally was like, absolutely.
Speaking of the Melusine stuff and Vinegar Syndrome, I think it only makes sense to get your thoughts a little bit, since you weren't here last week, on this month's slate. I know you and I just talked about it before we were live, but Vinegar Syndrome, they've got a reputation. So throughout the year, they've got some months that some people would call duds. They've got some other months that some people would be freaking out about because of one or two titles. I feel like October of this year is their best month of the year by far so far, like multiple notches above of anything else.
I couldn't agree more. If I'm just forgetting some, actually, I did think they kicked off the year in January pretty strongly, like across the board, because they also had some sub-label stuff that was like a real home run for me. But as far as mainline stuff goes, yeah, this is pretty unimpeachable. Like, I think it's a perfect variety, like we were talking about before. Like, they have a Hammer movie, they have a good drive-in movie, they have an Argento movie, and they have a Troma movie. And it's about as, like, Vincent as it gets, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the perfect combination of all their stuff. It's not really like any major studio titles. And yeah, I think a month like this, and even a month like September, which was pretty good, I think balances out a month like February. I remember that was a month that really upset people. And I think July, I thought I couldn't defend July in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and what's funny is those are the months, July and January, where they're trying to get people to subscribe. And so you think that they would be very enticing months, but then also you got the sale months, and those have to be very enticing. And that's
Right.
already 4 out of the 12 months, and they take 2 months off, so there's 6 months already. There's not a lot of playroom there at all.
I agree. Yeah, I think that like well, between the two, I think July should be the weaker of the two. My wallet was very grateful, but that's for sure. But because there's also you have partners, and there's always at least 2 or 3. So it like I was okay with that, to be honest. But it was a thing where I actually skipped a few of the July. Like I didn't watch them. There was a bigger card player fan out there who wanted that disc. I was happy to pay it forward
Right.
at the subscriber price. You know what I mean? Same thing with, I think the only one I watched was Young Gary. Though, to be fair, I would have watched Carrie 2 if I hadn't just recently seen it at a rep screening. That's kind of more for that one. But still, it's not a movie I think about ever. You know what I mean? So I was fine also letting that go. But I did watch Young Gary, and it was fun. But yeah, I was ready for whatever the rest of the year held. And so far, even August, I thought was great.
Yeah, it's decent. It's not. It's hard when it's a company that's got expectations like VS does nowadays.
Mhm.
To first of all, we have to admit out loud they're never going to satisfy everybody. No matter
Absolutely.
what, people are going to be pissed off at something.
Right. Well, because I think also the discovery of things is getting a little harder. I think when VS came on the scene, there was a curation there because also they had limited resources. So there was like a discovery angle to it. And I'm not saying that can't exist now, but you also have to, in order to keep the lights on for those kinds of things, you have to kind of, I think, bring in stuff like, the Rage Carry 2 or anything else for that matter. Dirty Work, I thought was great that they did that, because even when they do those things, I do think they make it worth your while. Like they reconstructed an R-rated cut of Dirty Work. So that's awesome. Whether you like the movie or not, that's a different story. But like, it's not like they just released it to be like, here's a 4K of Dirty Work. That's it. Or the same you could say for Jade or any of the other movies. That's how I feel. And funnily enough, that month, my favorite release was the Let's Scare Jessica to Death 4K. I
Love that
that's
movie.
excellent movie, and I didn't own the prior version, so I understand people being frustrated if they had a Blu-ray and they didn't get the upgrade. But ultimately, I was very happy with it.
Well, you clearly know a lot and love Vinegar Syndrome. What else are you into purchasing for physical media nowadays?
Sorry, just before we forget, what I thought about this month's releases, also the Melusine releases.
We were just talking about that, so I forgot.
Yeah. So I mean, Fireworks Woman was like in the works for what, a half decade, and the fact that it finally dropped is so exciting. And then you get a Bill Lustig double with that. Like that's a great theme of like directors that work in horror and exploitation and bringing out their adult films. And I will say, Inside Jennifer Wells is worth the purchase just for the short box ball that's in it. I won't say what happens in box ball, but they actually, Joe Rubin introduced a double feature a couple years ago at the New Beverly, and box ball was a short. He actually showed the print of it in front of an audience, and it was an absolute mind melter. Not for titillating reasons, that's what I'll say. So if anyone's on the fence about getting Inside Jennifer Wells, the movie itself is fine. I've seen it. It's a great New York snapshot for certain parts of it, but that short alone, in my opinion, makes it worth a buy.
Nice. Huge month for Melusine. There was 3 releases total? Is that my remembering?
For Melusine, that's 3. It's 3 releases from the Melusine side. It's Fireworks Woman, the Bill Lustig double, which is 2 movies,
and then Joe Sarno.
and then the Joe Sarno movie. Which is like I said, it's I think buying all 3 would not be a mistake.
No, not at all. Especially, I mean, at least one of those Bill Lustig titles has been almost as coveted as Fireworks Woman for quite some time in like a nice loving release like this.
Right. And it's not an upgrade for their, like, it's not an upgrade from them, like from something they had put out on DVD. Like the Strip Picks put it out years ago, but this is like a new restoration of it. And they ported over or I don't know if this is new or if this was ported over from the DVD or the previous release, but Nicholas Winding Refn moderates the commentary with Bill Lustig on there, which is
both
amazing.
films, I believe.
Yeah. And I've seen them in conversation. Yeah. I've seen them in conversation in person at a screening for Maniac, and they clearly there's an affectionate dynamic there. So that's awesome.
So yes, other than Vinegar Syndrome,
Yes.
what else? What do you have your mind in during the off times?
So I just got the Blaxploitation Volume 2 from Shout Factory. I need to get Volume 1, as we've talked about. I just bought. I mean, I'm all over the place, but I also just got Danza Macabra Volume 4.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be honest. The reason I got it was there was a glitch sale, I think, on Amazon. And it was like $70 for the 4K. And as much as I love to support the small box retailers, that was like a no-brainer. Unfortunately, I'm not. If my money was there where I could just blindly be like, you know what, boutique, I would. But that one was, I would have been a fool to pass it up. So I got that. But I guess the other labels that I do love Severin. I mean, let me tell you, when it comes to box sets, they're unmatched. I have almost everything they've put out, from the Milligan and Steckler stuff to like the Bruceploitation set was probably the set of the year for me last year. If you're into that, of course. But actually, let me look right over here. Yeah, what am I kidding? All Hans BRs are like perfect box sets, and I'm a big Radiance fan too. I think a lot of their curation is really, really, really great. And then kind of the rest is more like, it depends on what the release is. You know, with Arrow, I think they do a lot of great work, and so does Second Sight. But I kind of wait until they do standards. I've grown past the need for some limited editions, mostly out of space preservation.
That's pretty wise, especially when you live in Southern California.
Yeah. So I sometimes will just wait for. Yeah, I don't know how people in New York do it either sometimes, but like New York City, to be clear. But like, it's sometimes there's so many booklets and so many boxes and so many, and I don't need lobby cards personally. So with like Arrow and 88 Films and Second Sight, I'll usually wait for some kind of standard to drop on those, or I'll just sell I know some people want the box and booklets, so I'll usually just let those go sometimes. We were talking about this off air, but because of the cramped real estate, I will cycle through my collection quite a bit. And, obviously there's some no-brainer keepers, but sometimes I'll have to let stuff go and then bring new stuff in. And so it's also a great way to make sure I keep watching shit. Honestly, that's what keeps me on my toes. I'll be like, you know what? If I want to buy these other things, I need to watch 3 other things. And it keeps me. And we didn't even mention living in LA, like on top of trying to watch what you have at home, there's like the cup runneth over with repertory screenings on like 35 most of the time, or 16. And so I'm trying to go and watch those things. And sometimes I'll watch stuff, and so it'll delay me having to pick up a 4K. Do you know what I mean? Like I just caught the restorations that Arrow did for Wild Style and Miss 45, and I love Miss 45. That's like one of my favorite Abel Ferrara movies, and a perfect like exploitation film. But now I'm not in a rush to get it, because you know what, it's fresh in my brain. So I will buy it. That's no question about it. But it thankfully saved me probably about another 6 months to buy some other stuff in the meantime.
Well, I didn't mention that I was going to bring these up, but I try to help somebody promote what is going on in their life. So other than Punk Vacation, what is performance anxiety? Because we got a lot of people that watch this that are living in LA.
Oh, if you live in LA, great. So I host 2 things in LA. One is on hiatus, so I'll jump into the one you brought up, which is performance anxiety. I started a stand-up show about 14 years ago. So it's the 14-year anniversary was this past April. It's a stand-up show at the Pleasure Chest in West Hollywood. And for those of people who don't know, the Pleasure Chest is a sex shop. And I asked them a long time ago if they would host a comedy show in there, and they said yes, and it's been going strong. Second Tuesday of every month. So if you live in LA, that's always happening. And please come up and say hello if you are attending and you heard about it through here or anywhere. But the other thing I host, and you helped promote this a couple months back, was an event I have here called Pussycat Theater Night. What people don't know, well, depends on how well versed you are in Golden Age pornography. But there was a very famous theater in LA, right across the street from the Pleasure Chest, actually. Literally, if you were to stand outside, it would be right dead ahead. It was the theater that all the adult films, the Golden Age adult films, had their premieres at. And it was basically the Grauman's Chinese theater of porn in LA. And so I wanted to resurrect that in some capacity. So the Pleasure Chest opened up a restaurant and cannabis lounge next door to the venue. And so for about a year, I hosted a monthly screening there of softcore cuts of Golden Age adult films, because they do exist. Well, not for every movie, but a good chunk of them do. And Vinegar Syndrome, thankfully, when they do their restorations, they actually put the softcore cuts like 80% of the time. If they don't, it usually probably has to do with like the elements not being there properly, with like the negative or something. But so I would show those, and they got great responses. The venue, unfortunately, became when they were a cannabis lounge with the restaurant, they were 21 and older, so showing sex films wasn't a problem. Even like I wouldn't always show X-rated stuff. I would sometimes show like the Telephone Book, Dr. Caligari, like kind of the same part of the same corporation but different part of the building kind of thing, know. And so eventually they switched to being an alcohol, like they stopped with the cannabis part. They moved that to a different area, and so it technically is an all ages venue. So they just couldn't host it because anybody could walk in. And just for people, if anyone here knows, I showed, for example, Blonde Ambition, which has even the softcore cut has a very quite a close up of a gynecological sort. And so they were just like, it would have to be a private event, and it was a little tricky. It got a little tricky. So so I moved it to another space that unfortunately, as a storefront, had to close a month after I did a screening of Bat Pussy and Gums. Which
you shut them down. Good job.
Yeah, exactly. They came in, they were like, I cannot believe you showed Bat Pussy. Why would we rent out to you guys? No, they had to close. So I'm in the process of pitching to a couple places, hoping to, if I don't get it back up by the end of the year, hopefully by the new year at the latest. But it's a super fun monthly thing, and the resources, like the people who work, like Liz Purcell handles a lot of I'd have to shout her out, it'd be criminal not to. She really helped with a lot of that stuff, and as did Brett Berg and a couple other people who help licensing with both companies. So it was it's just been great, and there's clearly an audience for it. So I'm very happy to see it's New York sometimes does it, a couple venues, and I'm saying New York as if New York's the booker, but like New York City, there's a couple theaters, and the New Beverly does it here a few times a year too. Phil, the programmer there, does a great job of usually I think working with VS, getting a lot of their stuff, and on 35 no less. So and I just saw like the Plaza Theater in Atlanta is showing Through the Looking Glass on 35. So
interesting.
Yeah, and someone else just showed Liz actually showed The Fireworks Woman in New York on 35. So like, it's like really, I just love that it's still ongoing, even if it's more sporadic. So I try to do that as often as I can, because it's also, there's so many good screenings in LA that I like the idea of hosting something that other people would say, well, I've never seen that before. I can't say I've gone, outside of some sporadic ones. And I know Whammy has done they've shown some of Altered Innocence's, some of the stuff, like they have a couple of the Arthur Bresson Jr. films. And they showed them as a double feature, and it was a lot of gay porn, but it was a lot of fun with the crowd. So I think that's great, and I want to try to like be a part of that as much as I can. So there's definitely more to on the horizon at some point. I was going to say there's more to come, but it's too cheap. So so I said it that way.
That's it. And the statement works too.
Yeah. So yeah, that's those are the things that I work on. So again, it's the Pleasure Chest, the Performance Anxiety. The next one's actually this upcoming Tuesday, which I believe is the 14th. So if you're free, if not, it's second Tuesday of every month. It's always there. And on my socials, I always post about it.
Well, and not only that, like underselling yourself a little bit. There's some decent names that have been on Performance Anxiety. I've paid attention. There's some names that people might recognize even. Absolutely,
yeah. They love doing the show. It's really close to the club, so we get good drop-ins too.
Nice.
But yeah, if you go through the Instagram, if you go through my Instagram, because I don't post too often on the timeline, so the grid has enough of a pattern, you could see all the, and that's not intentional, by the way, not like one of those. I know some people are like, oh, if you get the grid looking a certain way, that's how you get the followers. And I'm like, okay, I'm not trying to make a poster on my phone, so, but you could see all the lineups, and yeah, it is. It's been around long enough that it's really built some great people have come in, and I've just finished booking most of November, and it's a pretty stellar lineup.
Sweet. So we kind of mentioned what you purchased for physical media and what you've been watching, but let's actually dive into that. Do you have any other recent pickups that you want to show people that you got in the mail?
Ooh, that caught me off guard. What did I get recently? I mean, I got Blaxploitation. I got well, the funny thing is, I just got a couple called like I picked up a lot of used stuff recently because Orbit's been going hog wild with those used posts.
He's been focusing on them, yeah.
Yeah, so I got a bunch of old like Cauldron releases when they did those, because those slipcovers go for a pretty penny. But I got Sledgehammer from unfortunately I actually am boxed in for the duration of this, but because I had to set this up where I could have the AC on. But but I did get I got Sledgehammer, that nice little Blu-ray packaging for that with the booklet, and then just my VS sub package came a little later than usual, so I got that. And let me see if I can peek over. Oh, yeah, there was like a Kino sale, so I got like Danger Diabolique, and I also got City on Fire from Shout. I didn't wait for the Arrow announcement. And yeah, it's been, the past few weeks have been a bit scattered with like stuff, but I know I just got to notice that the Gothic shipment from Radiance just went out. The
yeah.
Yes, yeah. And then outside of that, I go to like Amoeba and CD Trader a lot here, so sometimes I'll pick up some stuff there. And I actually got Shinobi on sale at CD Trader for like the new volume 2 for like $28. So I was like really happy about that. Yeah, I think those are all the ones I could think of off the top of my head. I feel like as soon as we stop recording, I'll be like, oh yeah, here's 3 other things and 4 other things that I got.
Here's the thing I found for this wonderful deal that I would have loved to talk about.
Yeah. Oh, I do know I did get. I think it's because it hasn't come in, but I did the buy 3 for the price of 2, and I got a couple of more Shout Factory things like Peking Opera Blues and Deathstalker. A couple of those. That's what those sales are good for me.
Yes.
I mostly do all the boutique companies. That's where I get most of my stuff. I usually do Orbit, Atomic, and Brother Belial, Diabolic. I swim through all of them depending on the sales. And yeah, when the buy 3 get 2 ones, that's where I go for the more like accessible stuff that they wouldn't otherwise have on sale. Yep. So I can put all my money towards getting the shit they have that's like an import. And yeah, so that's what I can think of off the top of my head. And then I'll send a big email we can post it on the socials.
Yep. We'll share. I got just a few things here. This is actually coming out next week, but the Weapons Steelbook came in. Love this movie.
Awesome. Is that already out of print?
The Steelbook, I think, is, although the UK version is probably going to be available. However, it's like $15 more. So it's better than secondhand prices for the US version, but still.
But before we jump into the movie itself, I just want to say one of the few times I'll get conspiracy brained about stuff is I actually think studios have caught on to what boutiques do, because they work with them to license out shit that they normally wouldn't sell anyways. And now I'm convinced their Steelbook thing, because they don't, when the fuck did they ever get into those kinds of limited things besides like the Columbia collection? I genuinely think they're like, yeah, we'll do some weapons limited and create some foam. I think there's someone there that's caught on.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It's Sibner who's in the chat. We've talked about this before. Paramount Presents. They started that line with this whole let's fold open the original poster art, and it's this fancy slipcover. And those were already limited to 6,000 from the very beginning. Every single one was only limited to 6,000. Why? You own the film,
right? If
they sell out, can't we just print another 6,000?
Right, exactly. Or just do it like Shout does. Just stop printing the slips. Just send it out as is. That's it. You know what I mean? But yeah, you're right. I didn't even know. That's actually news to me I didn't realize Paramount Presents. I thought it was more than that. I mean, it's fucking Paramount. They don't need this. 6,000 is for Vinegar Syndrome. It's for Arrow. It's for, and I wish I knew how many Arrow printed out, because I know that's been, I feel like it used to take forever. like I keep hearing that Shawscope Volume 2 has been going out of print. I feel like since I was born. Like I can't remember the last time Volume 2 wasn't rumored to go out of print. And then this week I saw another post that they still keep popping out. So I'd love to know how many they printed for that one. But anywho, just to bring it back for to what you were talking about. Yes, I did see Weapons. I loved it. I thought it was super duper fun.
Nice. And I don't think we've talked about this before. Do you stay up to date on a lot of like brand new films as well on top of everything?
I do. This has been the first year where like I usually in LA you just get AMC A-list because literally one movie costs an IMAX ticket is the monthly price of the subscription. So even if you miss a month or two, you get your money's worth by year's end. I normally do. I actually haven't seen any new release that off the top of my head, not counting BeyondFest because I did see a couple new releases there. And I did see one Battle After Another in VistaVision because it's here. I would be
You're in LA, you have to.
Exactly. So like legally I was required to. But since Weapons, I think the only other new release I saw was The Furious, which I don't think comes out here for another year. It's from I don't remember the director, but it's an action film. It's how like every 8 years we get like The Raid and then the night comes for us. Well, that's this one for this year. And if it's called The Furious, and I highly recommend whenever it does come out, see it with an audience. It is a total fucking face melter in the best way possible. Nice. So those are, I think after Weapons, I've been in a repertory with a few exceptions. I'm trying to think besides one battle. Oh, and I saw Park Chan-wook's new film, which also hasn't come out yet. So it's like weird. Yeah. I'm like weirdly out of the loop on brand new releases, but I've seen stuff that ahead of the game, and then also some stuff from a couple months ago. So it's a very weird thing. I've never had that happen before.
Yeah, very odd. Just a couple more for me. Eureka's The Island. I think this is next week as well, or maybe the week after. This already came in. This one just sounds freaking amazing. And there's another movie called The Island that I've seen, but this one have not seen, and it looks great. Troma. Are you a Troma person? I feel like you would be.
Yes, absolutely. I grew up on Troma, so those were like one of the first DVDs I bought was the first Toxic Avenger, and when retailers were carrying their DVDs when I was in high school, so I went even harder in the paint on getting their stuff.
So this year, someone's favorite productions, we were able to be on that new Toxic Avenger disc, and it put me in the most Troma mood ever. And I normally wouldn't pre-order like a brand new Troma title, but I just got in Shakespeare Shitstorm on 4K, the Lloyd Kaufman title that I think this is like a 2021 film that he just now finally released on physical media. He's been like showcasing it at some places across the country, and this is finally going to be out. So and it's on 4K as their first release for that.
So what's funny? I saw it on. So I have a few streaming subscriptions, and funnily enough, they're to the boutique sites. Like Arrow has a streaming service, and I can't recommend it enough. It's actually a great way to like watch whatever they put out if you can't swing the money on other like you could see all Shawscope stuff. You could see as soon as the same month that they drop, if it's something that's like an in-house title, they can absolutely put it on there. Troma Now, also great resource. It used to not be. Yeah, I've heard that like when they first started, it had a lot of bugs, but whatever was wrong with it, they fixed it. And for a lot of people who get FOMO on out of print Vinegar Syndrome titles and even some Severin older, like real old school titles, that's where you got to go. Troma Now is where it's at. So all that to say, I saw that on there, and I saw that it was also streaming in 4K on there, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And it looked too new, and I talked about this on Punk Vacation. I'm not necessarily allergic to new releases, but like even when the partner titles, a lot of post 2000 stuff I can be very weary on, or I'll stream it before I actually pick it up. So I would like to know, please message me later when you watch it, how is it? Because I post Poultrygeist Troma can be,
it's very hit or miss, to say the least.
Yeah. So I forgot this is also a podcast. So for anyone listening, I just shook my head and kind of made a frown about it.
Well, let's please describe every reaction verbally
Yeah.
for the rest of the night. I've got two more things, and these ones are quite a bit more personal. We have a close friend of the show named John Vance. He runs Karma Records out of Warsaw, Indiana, and he is a patron of the show, so thank you, John. He let me know, because he talks about soundtracks all the time. He runs a record shop, that he puts together a Halloween mixtape every year, and he sent me a personalized DVD case with the last 3 years worth of the mixtapes, so I can give him a listen. He also, like, there's 3D glasses, there's track listings. Like, he put a lot of thought and care into this. This is so rad. Like, this is one of my favorite things I've gotten this year, and I can't wait to go through it. John, you're amazing.
That is amazing. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a really cool thing to put together, because I feel like that's now the thing that people try to do. Like, if I remember correctly, I feel like A24 is the one who tries to do shit like that, where they'll put something on a disc and make it look like it was like something you would buy in 1993 with that. They would try to mimic that. And unfortunately, when you open it, the corporate stench just wafts out of the case. So it's not like you can, it just doesn't feel right. And that is exactly what it should be, which is from somebody, literally handmade.
Yeah, handmade on construction paper, not perfectly cut out.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Speaking of handmade, the last thing is the newest issue of my magazine, the Physical Media Advocate. This is our Toxic Avenger cover for our all horror issue for October. Lots of cool things this month. There is a highlight from some LA Q&As in here. The biggest one is we are talking with James Brolin about the Night of the Juggler getting its brand new restoration and tour that's going on right now. We just talked about Troma, and to go with the cover, there's a big Troma wallpaper gallery that we did throughout the entire thing. Radiance is putting out Malpertuis, and we got an article on that one that's coming out. We got a focus on Sid and Marty Krofft, the Milpitas monster. Like, there's all kinds of stuff in here that is really, really cool this month. So check it out.
So glad you guys are keeping that alive, like that concept, because I feel like there's only so many like good ones, and not only that, even the ones that were already there, like the legacy stuff. That's a lot of, it's quarterly and it costs an arm and two legs to buy it sometimes, to like subscribe. And that, not a knock on them, just saying, I know times are tough, but that's awesome. And also, I saw that Night of the Juggler 4K restoration at here. They did a screening for it a couple weeks ago. Beautiful restoration. Perfect. That's up there with like Who Killed Teddy Bear, where it's like this like some real Hollywood talent crashed into an exploitation sandbox, and a lot of times it doesn't work because it's too conservative in the sense that it kind of like restrains itself. This doesn't, nor does Who Killed Teddy. It's like the perfect combo of those things. And so Night of the Juggler absolutely rips. If anyone listening hasn't already bought that 4K from Kino Lorber, it's great. And I know Radiance is doing one too, with like their version of like a Vinegar Syndrome line, because I know they often get compared to like Criterion with their main line, but I feel like they're obviously trying to do the Vinegar Syndrome Severin line with that, with the booklet and the cutout on the box, which hey, awesome.
More power to them. Our dear friend Celeste is here watching live.
All right, fellow co-host of Punk Vacation.
Next is recent watches. Any more from BeyondFest that you want to share in depth about or anything?
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. I saw Big Trouble in Little China on 70mm. Beautiful print. And John Carpenter was there in person with Dean Cundy. And they are older than ever. I say that as a compliment. Like, they truly were like, like whenever anyone would ask Carpenter a question, he's not, I think he's softened in his age, because, he obviously has that reputation for being like, and I think he's, as most people in their twilight years, they kind of have, either they get way worse or they kind of like soften up. And he softened up in the John Carpenter way, meaning like when he was being the moderator was like, so would you say this about the movie, that it like, that it was influenced by like, certain types of martial arts movies and that it really pulls it off? And he's like, yeah. And that was it. He's like, yeah, I'd say so. I think it's a good movie. Did you guys like it? And then everybody applauded. And Dean Cundy was just like, I just, I don't drink, but sometimes I might partake in something that would open my horizon. They would just talk in these ways that like somehow, even though they're in their 80s and or like late 70s, it felt like they were talking like they were like 21-year-olds not
Right.
trying to get in trouble, or like, but they weren't nervous. That's the only difference, you know?
That's great. I wish I could have seen that in 70 millimeter. I mean, there's so much like great stuff at BeyondFest this year too.
So great. Yeah, I did. That's the most BeyondFest I've done in 1 year, I think, too. I usually only go to like, I don't know, the older I get, I only have so much like gas in the tank for, but yeah, I did No Other Choice, The Furious Miss 45, Wild Style, and Big Trouble in Little China, and whatever else. I feel like I just left one out that we were talking about, but yeah, I definitely did a little too. I was actually going to go to TerrorVision's the secret movie they showed, but the New Beverly all day marathon. They have a very famous marathon every year. So that was the other thing that I saw recently. The programming was off the charts. It was, if I think I can actually remember them all. It was One Dark Night with Meg Tilly, super fun. Children of the Corn 2, The Final Sacrifice, which was an actual Holy Grail repertory screening for me, because that scene when the lady, and for people who see this, you know what I'm talking about, there's a scene where an old lady gets hit by a semi-truck and gets launched into a bingo game, absolutely destroyed with the crowd. They also showed Body Parts, which is a really great movie. And they showed Severance, which actually just got a partner label release through Vinegar Syndrome, and Zombies of Moratau, which is a 50s, a fun, creepy little movie. I don't think I would have enjoyed it on my own, but seeing it there in that setting definitely helps. And then I went to dinner for Werewolf Woman, which is a 70s exploitation film. I think Kino did the blue. And I just had to make a pick. I was like, you know what? I think this is the one I'll go get. I always go get dinner for one of them, and that was the one. So yeah, a lot of movie going for the last 2 weeks. I have and I also saw The Nightwalker, and I saw What You Did, the William Castle movies. They did a double Anthony Beverly on 35, and Nightwalker was fun. It has this. It could be a little, even at 86 minutes, you feel it. But I saw What You Did. Truly, like, might be one of my new favorite William Castle movies.
Wow.
It's really, really entertaining. It just builds on it's like a screenwriting idea where it just kind of builds on this thing, and it just kind of keeps escalating it from different parts. And Joan Crawford's the lead, but I think gets 9 minutes of screen time. That's what someone had said on Letterboxd. So still super, super duper fun. Yeah, so that's I think that's everything. It's not going to be like the other, where if we stop recording, be like, oh yeah, I saw these 7 other movies.
Well, I've gotten very fortunate this year. I've got 2 young kids, and my mom and my mother-in-law have both volunteered to help watch them once a week. So since May, I've done at least a double feature in the theater every single weekend since early May, and I've never been able to do that in my life. So I'm more caught up on the current year's worth of movies than I've literally ever been. I'm just over 100 for this year, which feels great for me. And this last weekend was 3 from this year. The big one was The Smashing Machine. That was the big premiere weekend. Hated this movie. I don't know if that's a hot take. I know it's kind of divisive right now. Did not like it whatsoever.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for, like, what I've kept hearing is, if you've seen the documentary,
you've seen the movie.
You've seen the movie. Which luckily I haven't, but it actually makes me want to watch the documentary more before seeing the movie. It's a shame, because I do think on his own, when Benny Safdie did The Curse, I mean, I know that was a lot with Nathan Fielder, but what he's been doing prior to this, you know, as far as both of them doing their own thing, I thought was great. So I was actually looking forward to it, but surprising that he's just kind of doing a very really like just a normal biopic, even by his standards, didn't seem to really elevate the material. So I'm not in a rush to see it. It might end up being a plain watch. I hate to say it.
I'd say the Rock, or Dwayne Johnson, whatever he wants to be called today, was okay. I wouldn't even say he was great. I know a lot of people are saying, like, man, I think he could get the Oscar. I really don't hope so. I really hope he's not even nominated. I got to be honest.
I think his best performance is whenever a movie tanks and he goes to his Facebook Live and is like, folks, so sorry. The verticals on this were top notch. We really, I mean, Amazon was a great partner on this. I got to shout out Papa Jeff for
Even
really
though the
taking
paycheck.
a chance. Yeah. And I know with DC, we really, hey, you guys think the movie was a flop, but I'm going to tell you right now, if the numbers in Estonia were fantastic, so we're very close to breaking even. If we just get that Lithuanian money, like it's always these unhinged. I just love
So specific.
right, and it's also very fitting that it's usually on Facebook.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the most dad energy possible across
And somehow
the
still
board.
for like 14,000 people live all at once.
Right, exactly. So I don't know. It's a very strange. I mean, I'm glad he's trying to do stuff like that again, but also, I don't know. The train kind of left the station on his celebrity. I don't think you can go back to doing Southland Tales one week and was it the Tooth Fairy another, or whatever it is that he did. He was like kind of splitting his time between.
Yep.
In some ways, it's similar to
Witch
Tom
Mountain.
Cruise. Right, exactly. Yeah, yes. So it's like it's kind of that. It's a shame, but I think that it was nice to see him kind of try to go in that lane again.
Yeah.
But yeah, not in a rush to see it, and now you've really now you've brought me into first gear.
The second of the week for me was the Ronan Day-Lewis directed Anemone, which of course is the big headline for bringing back Daniel Day-Lewis from retirement, his father. And this movie is I gotta hand it to Mr. Day-Lewis Jr. Wonderfully shot, some really great choices, just beautiful vistas. I mean, when you're filming in like Ireland and just sit in the middle of the forest, it's gonna look gorgeous. But he does some really special things with it. However, the script is a big nothing burger. Sean Bean and Daniel Day-Lewis are great as just two old men fighting with each other. However, it is boring beyond belief. Hardly anything happens. And I appreciate slow cinema, but this is the type of thing that you could have given us like 8 minutes of beautiful visuals and told the story in 4 minutes. And instead it's 88 minutes or like 105 or something of just why are we still doing this?
Sounds like a very young first filmmaker thing. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how old he is, but that kind of boredom. It sounds like Ronan Knight Lewis. Am I right?
Well, and his dad got a little bit of a writing credit on it too. So I feel like his dad even helped him from some mediocrity to come up there.
Oh, that is so funny that he actually, like, rather than just help him like behind the scenes, like a dad just be like, you know what, I'll punch it up. He's actually like, you know what, let's take this to the WGA. That is so fucking funny that he's like, no, people need to know that I helped you because this was that sounds like a bad dad.
That's funny. My big surprise of this week, which was the only other wide release that we got here at least, was Bone Lake. This is a modern, like, two couples both rent the same Airbnb, and the awkward situation says, let's just try to see if we can both stay here and fix it. And they made something unique with it. So I really can't say anything else about it without spoiling anything about it. It gets, I will say, it gets to be a sleazier story than I expected, even though they're marketing this as like an erotic thriller. It's really not an erotic thriller, but it does the actual story itself is sleazier than a lot of modern horror film is willing to go. So I kind of really appreciated that aspect of it, which is kind of rare.
So I've heard mixed things for this too. I've heard that from one corner, and the other I've heard is it doesn't necessarily live up to even that side of it.
Right.
But I also wonder how much of that is, I don't think whoever they have in mind for the movie is necessarily someone at that level of like, where that watches Pink films or something, you know what I mean? So that it could be that. That won't stop me from watching it. I will, but that's another one where I don't know. It's like a post-COVID thing where what I like is since COVID, it actually has made films like this more accessible. I actually feel like these wouldn't be playing at AMC's, or if they would, it would be at like even by LA standards at like one AMC in Burbank. And now it seems to be playing at like all of them, even if for limited showtimes. And I think that's great.
I mean, I live in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here right on the state line between Kansas and Missouri. Everything is conservative beyond belief. It's wild that we get certain movies that I never expected. And that being said, I'm AMC A-list too. It's the only reason I can go see multiples of these. But we have, I don't know, like 5 AMCs that I would consider going to, and 4 of them show the exact same 3 movies on every
Right.
single screen, and that's it. But there's one that from my house is about 45 minutes away, and at least once a month I go out there and I'll watch one like super mainstream movie, and then 4 just off the wall, super indie. These only played in LA and New York for 3 weeks, and they played here for like 12 minutes, and I was lucky enough to be able to see it, and it's so rad that it's happening.
So and that probably pre-COVID wasn't even an option, I bet. I think
not even a little bit.
Right. So I think they did notice that there is somewhat of a market for that. So that's great, because otherwise we would just have to wait for it to go straight to Shudder or wherever it's going, and it's kind of open that. That's like the one plus side of this. Now, I know a lot of the times it doesn't necessarily equate big numbers for them, but I mean, geez, at least it's like we can come up for air and we're not stuck with like just the Minecraft movie and 7 screens, that's how out of the loop I am. I'm referencing a movie from April.
I mean, it's true though. It played for ages, and it's literally around then. It was like the Minecraft movie, and then all Disney properties for everything else, basically.
Yeah. Oh my God. There's nothing else to say. That says it all, right?
And yet these companies are still wanting to buy each other and put in bids for all this. Like, that's such a shitty way to continue the legacy of film.
And it's already backfired. Like what they do is it obviously sometimes I think this stuff gets subsumed by culture war with like being like I don't think any of it has to do with wokeness or not. I think some people are just burned out by seeing a supposed live action remake that still has a lot of CG of a movie that was a cartoon to begin with and just looks flat and lifeless. I think they just don't want to face. I think it's a lot easier to say that was the problem than the fact that, although I'm sure that does play a role in it, but not the role that people think it is. That it plays.
Especially not to that level for sure.
Right.
All right, we're about to get into it, but before we do, just so everybody sticks around after the announcements, tonight's topic after this, really excited. It's October, so we get to do all horror all month, and man, we are talking tonight about late 90s slashers, which we're cheating with the definition of late 90s because it's kind of an era, not necessarily that period of time. So we're saying 96 to 2006. Why do you love that section of horror?
Well, I was a teenager during that period. I mean, I was like even preteen when it first hit, but I grew up on that. So that was even though prior to that, my mom was actually very, very surprisingly a very cool mom with letting me watch horror movies even at a very young age. Like she took me to New Nightmare when I was 9.
Nice.
And she hates horror movies. So the fact that she sat through it, that's good mom. So that being said, I think obviously slashers in particular in 96, obviously Scream came out Christmas weekend.
Yeah.
That opened it up completely. And I became a huge slasher fan for also because I was growing up during that period. So everything that was cool about them, I would have thought was cool because I was between the ages of 11 to until 99, 14. So, and then even into the 2000s, they died down a little, but just like the 80s slasher boom, there was this weird wave during that period where whether they were good or bad at the time, they were still interesting. And obviously time's been kind to quite a few of them, though I would argue some of them are not reclaimable, but still it's a great, and what someone just said in the chat, 2006 is still very late 90s, and I think that's true.
For literally the period of horror, that is absolutely true. There was lag, and I mean you can say that about a handful of eras of cinema. Like 1982 was still very 70s, and there was something special about the 70s that bled into those first few years before we got the boom of like these really gruesome practical effects. Before that, it was this visceral reality, and so you can literally measure those different eras.
Absolutely, and especially that period because even the film stock was different. If you go to a great measure for that in the 80s is the Friday the 13th series. If you go up to part 5, they all feel a certain type of you can kind of feel the rough around the edges
Grindhouse
part of it. Yeah, and as soon as part 6 comes along, which is still a fun entry, and I know for a lot of people it's their favorite. I remain a part 5 defender. We can table that for another day. But yeah, I love it. That said, part 6 is where you could see the slickness. It actually has like a slicker sheen. And this kind of very specific look and feel to it that I think goes into the early 90s, not just with Friday the 13th, but with everything. And so, yeah, I think like Scream obviously ushered in a whole new era. And I think it, and also if you really peek at what's before that, and we can get into it more when we talk about Scream, there's what was attempted to like passed off as a slasher before that, or what few came out were truly weird. And
Yeah.
I don't mean weird in when people say Lynchian, which I hope we can retire that word soon, but like I just mean weird, like it's crazy that this is where, because there was just nothing left to do, so they just really like, I don't even know, they were so far off the rails that it either worked really well and became this thing you could revise as like, whoa, this is actually, it kind of predicted things, or you're like, it gets that one of the worst of all time, which I hate that kind of classification, but
Yep.
I still think a lot of them have that reputation. And so Scream comes along and obviously shakes everything up. And then you have this slasher boom that kind of fits what Scream was kind of satirizing.
Yep.
But some of them were also really good because they just were, like it was a lot of it was metatextual. So you get to see how a lot of them deal with that self-referential quality that movies hadn't dealt with before that.
That's true. We will have a lot more to say about that after these announcements, undoubtedly. I mean, Scream alone we could have literally made the entire discussion Scream, and it would have been a novel discussion for 90 minutes at least, I'm sure.
Totally. Absolutely.
But let's get into the announcements. I know that's why a lot of you are here. And the way we always do this, for those that have not seen this before, I know we got a couple new names in the chat. I'm going to go through literally every physical media announcement from the last week. Since last week's show, we're going to dive into the special features, talk about the companies, what we appreciate. It'll be a while, but you'll get something from every single title. So this week we got a couple random themes going on. We got a whole lot of UK releases got announced this week. We got some fun stuff. We got some big titles. We got some PTA. We also got maybe like one of the best looking Severin box sets of all time. So whole lot to discuss. I'm excited for Eli to comment on many of these, but let's get into it. First, November 30th, our next title from Treasured Films over in the UK is coming to Blu-ray. This is The Medium from 1980. This was just recently released in the US here by Raro Video as part of the Kino Lorber distribution. You can still pick that up as well. This will have some website exclusives if you want their magnets that they do. They've got posters. They've got all that booklet and stuff for the limited release, but the wide release. We got new audio commentary with Jonathan Rigby and Kevin Lyons, new interview with the co-star Sherry Buchanan, new interview with the writer Claudio Fragasso, new interview with one of the co-stars, Martin Brochard. We've got Eugenio Ercolani talking about Silvio Amadio. We've got a look at the composers in horror, a visual essay by Daryl Buxton. This looks to be a much, much better release than the Raro Video here in the US. Any thoughts on the Medium or Treasured Films from you?
So I just bought a couple months ago, is it Dawn of the Mummy they put out?
Yes.
Yeah, so I bought that. I didn't get Mausoleum because I have the Vinegar Syndrome release already, but I bought that deluxe edition because I know it's supposed to be like a really fun movie. That's one of those movies I save to watch with a friend because I'm told it's kind of a certain type of, I guess, trash for lack of a better word. Like it's a fun one to watch. But I know nothing about this one, so just based off their track record, I actually would. This is one of those ones, and this sounds more like a compliment than it's going to sound like, which is that if I need to meet the shipping threshold for Orbit or Atomic, I will throw this in. No problem.
Willingly, yes.
Yes, yeah, right. So I hope that sounds like the compliment it is.
It does for sure. I do want to highlight this as a top tier joke. Terry says, impressed with starting any trilogy with a second installment. I love that about a film called The Medium. That is hilarious. Good job. Very
funny. And you're right, Celeste. These are very Ercolanian special features.
We had so many jokes about Cronenbergian and Cosmotosian. Oh man, keep those coming. That was fun. Moving right along, we got some MVD announcements for the first time in quite some time, and they're bringing out some Jean-Claude Van Damme on 4K. Their Laser Vision line, which is essentially the grown-up bigger brother to MVD Rewind. It's the 4K version of those, and they got Knockoff from 1998. Looks like a pretty decent release considering they've got two brand new interviews, and usually MVD does a whole lot of nothing. So can't really complain about that. Are you a Jean-Claude Van Damme guy?
Oh, I am, just because growing up in the 90s, that's another one that he was pretty prevalent then. I actually think this movie, I saw it in theaters. There was nobody. It was me and my friend. Nobody else was in the theater. It was completely empty. we had a total blast with it, but mostly because back then I was 13 or 14, and I remember this came out. The only thing I can remember is it came out around the same time as Night at the Roxbury. That's what I remember. So I saw it somewhere in that period, but I revisited this a few years ago, and it rocks. It's just top tier Ringo, and the movie still survives in spite of Rob Schneider being in it. And it's a super fun. I actually am very excited to pick this up because I think this is actually one of Van Damme's best action films.
I think it's still hilarious that they cast Rob Schneider to be going toe to toe with Jean-Claude Van Damme in a film.
Because they were like, we saw him in Judge Dredd. Let's bring him back for more. We heard the people wanted more.
So if you don't want it on 4K, they're also doing it on Blu-ray for their MVD Rewind. It'll have that same like weathered slipcover look if you really want that, and you don't go 4K, and you can have a very similar collection if you keep going with those. But they also have Lionheart. This was previously released on Blu-ray for the MVD Rewind line, and now they're doing it on 4K on the same day, January 20th here in the US. They got a new commentary with the director on this one. That's pretty rad that they're doing that. Heath Holland from Serial at Midnight joins him to moderate it. Nothing else new, but the Blu-ray disc of this this was still very early when MVD Rewind was a thing, and the disc they were actually trying then. So there's a lot of stuff on this disc that they put out years ago. The Blu-ray is not the new transfer or anything. It's still the same Blu-ray disc, but this will give you the best of both worlds.
Is the director, is it Sheldon Lettich? Yeah. Okay. Because I was my first intro to Van Damme was Universal Soldier, of course, as a kid. And I thought that was the coolest. And then Lionheart was the follow-up. My sister actually also liked. She's a little bit older than me, so I would also watch whatever she took me to watch. And we rented this one, I believe, from an Albertsons, just to age myself, because you used to be able to rent these at Albertsons. And I also loved it as a kid just because I thought it was a cool, version of Street Fighter. And little did I know, Street Fighter with Jean-Claude Van Damme was right around the corner. But I just remember as a kid, I kept thinking that. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is like Street Fighter. And then Street Fighter came out, and I was like, this is still a better Street Fighter.
Except no Raul Julia, but hey.
Right, exactly.
Moving on from that, this came out of nowhere. Apple, yes, that Apple. Usually we would say not that Apple. The actual Apple Inc. electronics company is releasing Coda on 4K and Blu-ray on November 4th. This is their first physical media release coming from the company themselves. One of the production companies that has worked with Apple has done quite a few of the shows on Blu-ray before. But this is a big deal. I mean, for Apple to finally relent and say, hey, it won the frickin' Oscar. Let's put this out on physical media. And they're going all the way to 4K. This is pretty damn cool. I'm excited that this is happening. Any thoughts on Coda?
No, I didn't see it actually. Not for any other reason than because I remember during that period it was pretty the theatrical market was so slow that I could have caught it. I think the circumstances just didn't add up to it. But I hate to be cynical about it and say I hope I can't wait for this to undersell so they can go, yeah, you know what, we're not going to put out Killers of the Flower Moon. I think everything should get released. I don't think there should be anything obviously that shouldn't. But I mean, if they really wanted to see what their numbers were going to be like, they would have done Killers of the Flower Moon right away, and that would have been a fucking home run. I'm sure this will still do well just out of the fact that it did win Best Picture, and there are people who will just collect. And so I agree. I think it's very cool. Do I wish they picked some other stuff as their kind of flagship title? Sure. But I think this may encourage, I hope it turns into the rising tide lifting all boats kind of thing where, it encourages other companies to keep putting out, that obviously Amazon will still do that because they obviously have a market where they can throw physical media out, but they still haven't fucking put The Handmaiden back out after their original run of Blu-rays. So I hope it encourages more of that. But that said, it is a little weird that I get why this one's the first one, but at the same time, I also am kind of this has to be the first one?
I mean, it shouldn't have been. If you wanted to do a smaller one and to lead up to that, the Tragedy of Macbeth probably would have been the best choice for that because everybody's talking about the Coens. It's got big names in it. It's something that would have meant a lot. I understand this one Best Picture. That would have been a better choice as a testing the waters title, I think. I
agree. And also for anyone who doesn't already, if you just have Apple TV and you have an OLED, Tragedy of Macbeth looks incredible on an OLED. That's how I watched it, and it just like it's like an OLED TV was built for that kind of black and white.
Nice. And the other thing is it's going to be made on demand, so they don't even have to invest a lot. So hopefully it does decent enough that they see, oh, well, shit, we can do this and let's do it right. So
absolutely.
Next up, 4K of The House with Laughing Windows has been announced recently by Arrow here in the US, but of course somebody's got to release it elsewhere now, and that means Shameless putting it out on 4K and Blu-ray over in the UK. This is coming on December 1st. Pretty much everything is going to be as identical as they can be from Arrow. I'm even betting the scan is probably going to be the same. They probably did literally nothing and just licensed the restoration from Arrow to put out. There is a booklet that's probably going to have different work in it than the Arrow release. But unless you're like super into the Shameless art or you're really against importing, I have a feeling most people watching this are going to be buying the Arrow edition, especially with this being a title that people have been literally begging for the last 13 years at least. Since like the Shameless DVD has been there for years, and mine's right behind me, but still, like, this is a title people have longed for a long time.
Yeah, I of course I'm just gonna go with the Arrow one. I will say the last few, there's some stuff that Shameless put out that I recently picked up because I kept missing out on the Cauldron one of Contraband, so like I got that, and I got the Lenzi one they put out. I'm blanking on the title. But seen one, Lenzi? You seen them? No, I'm just kidding. It is strange that they've announced a 4K hot off the heels of Arrow, because I do wonder. I feel like anyone who's buying the Shameless one is just like being against the grain, right? Like,
well, to a point, but also keep in mind the UK still has a lot of in-person stores that we don't have in the US.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Arrow can't put that on the shelves of an HMV, but Shameless can.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Okay, yeah, that's like the imprint thing, because I think about how much shit imprint puts out. I'm like, how the fuck is this? And then I'm like, oh wait, they're in charge of an entire continent. Why wouldn't they? So that absolutely makes sense. I didn't even think of it that way. So yeah, I mean, obviously for me it'll be the Arrow one anyways. I love the work they do, and I though I do like this artwork. I think this smiling thing is it's creative.
It's not bad, and they've got the original art, and everything looks great on the inside of this. Honestly, the Shameless one might even be slightly more visually appealing, but I'm getting an Arrow disc 100 times out of 100 over Shameless.
Yeah, no argument there.
Warner Archive announced some more of their bundle disc releases. Going to fly through these because these are really nothing new. These are just taking existing discs and putting them together. And if you don't have any of them, this is the cheapest way to pick them up. I mean, you get usually four, sometimes even more great titles in essentially a box set. These are all still on their own disc. In fact, they're identical discs. They're not paying to reauthor anything. So the first one, and these are all coming out on November 18th, all Blu-ray. Gene Kelly collection. We've got An American in Paris. We've got The Pirate. We've got Singing in the Rain. And we've got For Me and My Gal. Again, all the same extras, all the same everything that was on the original discs. The next one is the Doris Day collection. We've got Jumbo, Love Me or Leave Me, Lullaby of Broadway, and Romance on the High Seas. And then we've got the James Cagney collection. I think this is going to be the one that sets most people on fire. You got Angels with Dirty Faces, White Heat. You've got The Public Enemy, and Yankee Doodle Dandy. Any of these that you're thinking about getting down the line?
Yeah, the Cagney one. The only reason I wouldn't get the Gene Kelly one is, I already have Singing in the Rain on 4K. But I mean, I love... the thing about Warner Archive, I actually do think, as far as studio releases goes, they fucking knock it out of the park, man. Their transfers are always great. Yeah, they're so good. So these are ones where when there's going to be a sale at some point, I will absolutely. That's another one where it's like, I'm sure it'll pop up at some point for even $10 less than what it's going for. I'll pick them up. But I mean, that Cagney collection is like unbelievably great, just across the board. All four titles are just bangers.
And what's crazy is all four of these titles came out as single film releases starting at $21. And now this whole set you can get for $40 for the entire thing.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, $10 a movie, and they're lovingly restored. It's not like you're getting Mill Creek, right? Or like whatever.
Or all four films on one disc.
Right. Oh my God. Yeah, that was the very 2007 era. Like that's what it used to be. All those Blu-rays and DVDs would always be like
westerns on 3 DVDs.
Right, exactly. All 4 Lethal Weapons in fucking shitty SD. Here you go. Yeah, that's awesome that they actually break them up on different discs. I'm glad they don't, because with the studio it really could go the other direction. You're absolutely right, and very, very grateful that hasn't happened.
I'll point out Craig from Deaf Crocodile saying all 4 of these Cagney films are fantastic, and I know that Craig had commented on this, as you can see in the window here if you're watching. He's talking about this is great. There's 4 good films, but the odds of these coming out on 4K are high, says Craig. To be honest, if Warner Archive is holding on to these, which they clearly have the rights and they own them over in the UK and all that stuff, I don't think the odds of these coming out on 4K are that high, actually. They've already stated that they're not doing many upgrades. Most of the 4K releases they're doing will be new to Blu-ray or new to 4K. So I don't think most of these are going to get upgrades. But the example he gave is, well, Roaring Twenties was just released on 4K by Criterion. While that's true, that didn't have the Warner Archive release right before this. So I think we are good to go on these. And these, unfortunately, most of these will not see a 4K for either ever or quite some time, at least. Although I'm willing to bet someday at least Angels with Dirty Faces and Yankee Doodle Dandy gets a 4K.
I would even argue White Heat would get like a Criterion drop or something at some point, but like it'll probably be a while. I do think they are one of the few. You're right, they don't double dip. I think they don't which is a miracle in studio lingo. But like I will say also, when they put out 4Ks, by the time Black Friday rolls around, you can literally, if it, like, let's say they put out Angels with Dirty Faces on 4K, it'll be like one of those $10 Black Friday drops. So it's not like it's not like upgrading the way like, a Criterion would, or even like a boutique would from something that Code Red put out 5 years ago or whatever. I think they actually, it wouldn't hit your wallet too hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see at least 3 of these happening eventually, but probably not anytime soon, if ever.
Yeah.
Sadly. Next up, one that kind of really excited me. This was a kind of surprising release for me. Kino Lorber on December 2nd releasing Italia Fire and Ashes from 2021. This one says a lyrical and visionary journey into the origins of Italian silent cinema, Italia. This one revisits the dazzling artistry and industry that shaped the first generation of international stars, filmmakers, and genres. So it's a documentary of sorts. We got an audio commentary on here by Tim Lucas, of all people. To me, this seems like in a Kino sale, this is going to be a must eventually for me.
Yeah, that's you took the words right out of my mouth. I would have said the exact same thing. When a Kino has a sale, this will be another one that pushes me into that free shipping threshold.
And now that they've raised it, that's the perfect opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly right.
Speaking of sales, Target is having their buy 2 get 1 free sale. We mentioned this earlier. This works in store and online. The hard part here is the best way to take advantage of this is on the first day of the sale, because a lot of times pre-orders are actually available to be got under the buy 2 get 1. And so you'll find, I don't know, like Shout Factory discs, 3 4Ks that you can get for the price of 2, which are already vastly overpriced. But when you get them for the price of 2, it gets it to like slightly under Amazon prices, and then it becomes suddenly worth it.
Yeah, somebody was complaining in one of the discourses. They were like, "Oh, I paid $26 or $27 for Spawn," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's a brand new release. You actually did get it less than what it would go for." I mean, that's kind of the point. And like, yeah, you're right. They're already sold out of pre-orders for like The Killer, Hard Boiled. Most of Arrow's 4K that's actually available on the site. They're gone. They were gone within 2 days, if not sooner.
Yeah. That day one, you could get Hard Boiled, The Killer, and another $50 title, and for all of those, you're paying $33 each. That's a steal for those.
It is, absolutely. And also, like, that's a great time to get box sets. If you really, if you have the money, you could get both Blaxploitation box sets and one of those Shaw Shout Factory box sets, which okay, but like the point being, if you want to get 3 things in that wheelhouse, you can, and literally for about $100 a box, if not less. Yeah,
it can be worth it, but it is still pricey.
Of course, yeah, right. It's not like it's just a couple loose change,
Right. Next up, Disney is holding up a middle finger to their release of Freakier Friday. November 11th, they are releasing this on Blu-ray and DVD. Brand new film with the 4K DCP, and they're putting it out on Blu-ray. No 4K release whatsoever, unless you get it on digital, which it's not even real 4K at that point.
Right.
Rest to hell. They got a couple featurettes on this. Not a lot that's crazy, but Freakier Friday. I'm sure you jumped out to see this one this year, huh?
I mean, I'm even more excited for this physical drop. I'll tell you. I think they know their audience. I don't mean to like really pigeonhole people, but I'd imagine the 4K demand for this isn't super high to begin with. But you're right. Also, what's to stop them from just putting it out as 4K Blu-ray and then a separate DVD, right? Like it is a strange, but maybe they've caught on. I don't know. It's hard to say with Disney because if there's one thing they love is not listening to consumers and trying to just do whatever it is they're doing and assuming people will just follow. So that's kind of a bummer, even if we are talking about a nostalgic cash grab sequel.
And it I gotta be honest, I saw it. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't the first, but it certainly wasn't a bad, terrible film.
Yeah, that's a friend of mine told me too. He saw it and he was like, as far as these types of things goes, they weren't necessarily completely asleep at the wheel. And I was like, well, that's 3 stars, I guess, and relative to this movie.
That is exactly what I gave it, I believe. So, yep. Next, over in the UK, Screenbound is releasing War and Peace, the complete series from 2007 on November 17th. This is getting a Blu-ray release. This has a 26-minute biographical documentary on the life of Leo Tolstoy that's going to be in there in the extras. A couple trailers. Reviews on this seem to be great. I've not seen this, but genuinely sounds like it's quite good. I would certainly be interested in watching it.
Yeah, I've actually come back around to watching stuff like this because there's only so many new streaming shows that I watch, and it's just not for any other reason than it's just like any other TV back. People forget this, but like even from like the late 90s when you still had a lot of channels, there was only so much stuff that yes, fire that graphic designer indeed. Just reading in the chat. Yeah, I think that this is something I would watch now because I'm old enough to I don't know, back then I don't think I would have engaged with it the right way anyways, but I'm just not watching as much new stuff because it's just there's too much of it and a lot of it has the same formula and a lot of it doesn't. I feel like also from this era, this was still an era of TV where you still had the rules of an hour or whatever, you know what I mean? Like for each episode or however long it was supposed to be. Now it's like it can vary. They'll do a thing where an episode's like 33 minutes and then another's an hour and 17 minutes. And sure, that clocks into the same amount if you kind of break them all up probably to an hour a piece, but I don't want that. I want how War and Peace is probably laid out the right way.
My big thing, since we're complaining about TV at the moment because it's fun, it's been 4 years since Stranger Things season 4. Now they're leading up to the season 5. I just read the budget for Stranger Things season 5 was like $480 million.
That doesn't surprise me. That honestly doesn't surprise me. Netflix truly treats that like their MCU.
It's their cash cow, yeah.
Yeah, and so they give them like full carte blanche and I keep reading that they're like, oh yeah, every episode will be 90 minutes to like 2 hours and 15 minutes. And it's like, okay, please pass me a gun to put in my mouth. I cannot, there is no way I mean, I clocked out on that show a long time ago, but that said, just reading that stresses me out. And I'm not a running time snob, but I think stuff like that, quite the opposite actually when it comes to movies, but for TV shows I do think that shit needs to be a little more regulated because my god, that's like why does every episode have to be a literal movie? Also, by the time every episode's over, nothing has changed for the main characters. Whatever danger they were in, they're not in that danger anymore. So and I guarantee you nothing's going to change with the looming end of the season kind of danger, you know what I mean?
It's got to be there for at least 5 more episodes, so here we go.
Right, exactly.
Next up, kind of similar to what we just talked about, November 18th, the next PBS release for The American Revolution, a Ken Burns documentary, is going to be coming out on Blu-ray. Ken Burns, literally one of the greatest documentarians of all time. These are always incredible. Very curious to see this. Lots of names involved doing voiceover, and it's Ken Burns. Yeah,
can't go wrong. There's not much to say for that reason. It's awesome that it's getting a physical release.
Yeah. Absolutely. And honestly, we just talked about Target. Target is where I got the Ken Burns documentaries during the buy 2 get 1 sales because they don't ever go on sale. And then during the Target sale, they're still like $55. Best time to ever pick those up.
And nobody's getting those, so you can just stroll right in whenever you're ready to buy it. And I hate to say that, but it's not like the Hong Kong, the Golden Princess titles or anything like that. People are taking their time on buying the American Revolution. So if you want to wait a day or two to kind of calculate some stuff to put together, you can. That's not a slight against it. That's just a fact, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yep.
It's sad. I wish it was the other way around. I wish Ken Burns' Fever was sweeping the nation.
Maybe a couple decades ago.
Yeah, right.
Next up, George Clooney's Broadway show, Good Night and Good Luck Live from Broadway, is getting a Blu-ray release from Magnolia on December 30th. Nothing extra on the disc from what I can tell, but I've heard this is pretty decent.
Why does he look like the Joker on this post, the artwork?
He does, but supposedly in the actual original picture for this, he was also holding a cigarette between his fingers, and they photoshopped it out.
Oh God. Okay, yeah, that does explain. He looks like he's wearing like makeup, like he's going out. Like, you know what it is? He doesn't look like the Joker. He looks like in Batman Forever, that neon gang that had the black, that like the black eyeliner around their eyes, and then the
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, it looks like he's like truly doing some kind of cosplay with that. But I remember liking the movie when I saw it in 2006. I mean, I was 21, I think, when I saw it, and I'd be intrigued by this to watch on streaming. I hate to say it, this isn't one that I'm clamoring for, and I don't think many people are. So, not surprised it's a bare bones release. I feel like there's a very niche audience for it, and they'll be happy with what they have, I think.
That small group will be thrilled, yes. Next, one that I wanted to see this summer, but unfortunately could not find a screening to match up. January 6th, Magnolia is releasing It's Never Over, Jeff Buckley. This is supposedly incredible. Just an incredible musician to do something for this for. I would love to see it. I will absolutely be checking out this disc eventually. I'm sure you did not get to see this one, it sounds like.
Correct, yeah. And I also am looking forward to it for the same reason. I'm happy that this is getting a release.
I think, in fact, a friend that we were just talking about, Celeste, went and saw this, and Celeste gave one of the rave reviews. So I'm very, very hyped on this one.
Oh, excellent.
Another one from Magnolia that I have heard great things about, but did not get a chance to see. Coming on January 6th is Plainclothes from this year. And this one says, set in 1990 Syracuse and featuring breakout performances from stars Tom Blythe and Russell Tovey. The director Carmen Emmy Sundance award-winning thriller follows a promising undercover officer assigned to lure and arrest gay men who defies orders when he falls in love with a target. This sounds like a very interesting movie to see this year for sure.
This sounds like the kind of thing that would be like the normal Sundance entry in the 90s. I love that. And I say that's a very high compliment, because that's when obviously that was like the height of that. So great. I've never even heard of this actually. This one completely eclipsed, like was off my radar. So looking forward to it.
I just totally reminded reading this one that I was totally going to ask you about today. Did you see Twinless from this year? I feel like that's a very Eli movie.
No, I actually haven't. Okay, you're the second person to say that. Literally, almost word for word. I think it was Eli coded maybe, but I will bump up. I think it's on my watch list. If it's not, you know what? I'll add it right now.
It is. Dylan O'Brien is so great in that movie.
Yeah, I don't know why I missed that, but okay, cool. We'll check that out.
It played. I think this is the one where it played in Sundance, and somebody started streaming it online or something, and it got pulled in the middle of playing, and so people at Sundance couldn't even finish it. And then after that, it got like a really short theatrical run this summer. It was not a good year for that title of Sundance. Yeah.
Wait, it got pulled like as in people couldn't like in the middle of
middle of screening it, and then also it was one of the ones that you could do the Sundance at home for, and somebody was showing the film on some online site like through a camera phone or something, and then somebody caught on, like it got reported, and they pulled it from the entire platform. And there was a bunch of people that they literally like paid for the Sundance at home thing just for that film, and so they were pissed.
Oh, I would be too. I'd actually like file a dispute with my credit card company if they did that.
Absolutely. It's not cheap, especially if you get like the 10 film package. It's like $250.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay, cool. I'm probably going to check that out as soon as October's over. Like it's spooky season month, so it's very hard for me to justify, but you get it.
I do. Let's get to we already mentioned Imprint. They are coming out with some of their standard editions. This is the first time in a while that they said, you know what, let's just put out some regular old movies instead of this 18-pound box set with the metal axe that's hooked into the front. So this is kind of nice to see.
Sorry, I just wanted to say not only that, but I love whenever they put those out, because then every boutique label has to put this like intro, or I can even picture them typing it out, being like, all right, look guys, that free shipping threshold we have, we can't do it. We literally can't afford it. Please pay for shipping on this one. It's it's always very funny that Imprint somehow manages to do that. But like I said, I get it. They're in charge of Australia. What else are they going to do? But yeah, I bought Portrait in Crystal, the standard from Imprint.
Nice.
Great release. I know it's on Shawscope, but if anyone just wants it on their own, it's a very, very, very fun Shaw Brothers movie.
And you can pick it up for like $23 at
very
some
cheap.
of the retailers here in the US, so it's nice.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all coming out November 26th, all out of Australia, and this one is Priest from 1994. Pretty decent cast on this one. We've got some names that you recognize, like Tom Wilkinson. We've got Robert Carlyle in this one. My favorite thing about this, though, directed by Antonia Bird, who did The Magnificent Ravenous from 1999.
Yep.
Love that movie. We got a new interview with the actor Linus Roach in this. We got a new interview with the film professor Lucy Bolton. Some Q&A, some old archival stuff. I've never seen Priest. Have you seen Priest before?
No, I haven't either. I actually remember when I saw Ravenous, I tried to find this, but this was DVD was just kind of becoming a thing, so I couldn't even find a VHS of it. And then it just fell by the wayside for that reason. So now I'm really excited.
Yeah, I certainly want to see this one. Next up is 24/7 from 1997. This is from Shane Meadows, who also did This Is England. We got Bob Hoskins in this, so that's already exciting for me because he's literally one of the greats. We got new interview with some of the actors in this, and then a new interview with the DP. We got an older audio commentary on here, so honestly, for a standard release, pretty decent disc.
I have never seen this either. I like that shot of him in that beanie. He looks real cool in that beanie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't seen this one either. So really very cool that they're just giving these nice little standards.
Very Bob Hoskins looking picture.
Yeah.
Next up, one that has been on my to-watch list for a long time, Fish Tank from 2009. This is a British drama from Andrea Arnold, who did American Honey, which is great as well. This one has a brand new interview with Katie Jarvis, new interview with the actor Rebecca Griffiths. We got some archival extras on here, including a short film called Wasp. And yeah, again, for like $25 US, this looks like a pretty solid release for this.
And you've never seen this before at all, right?
No.
Oh, great movie. From what I mean, I haven't seen it since it came out theatrically, but I saw it when I first moved here, at like the Lemley, which was kind of like the indie house then. But I remember really liking it.
You know, on that note, I was going to ask earlier and totally forgot. For anybody that's never been to LA, if they're visiting for the first time, I love asking it because everybody has a different opinion, and they can only go to one indie theater. What's your suggestion? What's the one that they have to go to?
Indie theater or repertory theater?
I mean, honestly, if they can only go to one, which, like you say, they're must. They have
I mean, I have to go to bat for the New Beverly every time because it's just you get two movies for the price of one. They're always on film, and the programming is immaculate. So that would be my answer, like overall. But man, that's a tough one because I feel like even pre-COVID, I would say ArcLight, no question about it. That was always the go-to. And now the new release scene kind of leaves a little bit desired because, obviously you could say the Vista, that's because they also show everything on film, but that also kind of hinders the new release aspect of it because there's only so many prints they'll cut. But yeah, New Bev's at the top. I mean, American Cinemathex theaters are always next.
Yeah.
But if I had to go with a new theater that's not the Vista, because like I said, that's kind of limited. That's really tough. I don't even know that I can answer because really your only options are AMC's and Regals, and I can't say that those are necessarily great options only because they're really the only ones you can go to. And I can't even recommend the Draft House here because it feels like a hobbled version of what like Draft House. Well, and now that they're really the Crunchyroll Sony house, they're
Sony,
owned by. So it's like I don't know that. But even then, prior to that. They were very limited as well. So yeah, so my go-to would be like New Bev and then American Cinematheque. I know that's kind of cheating, but when it comes to new releases, I feel almost dirty saying like AMC, which one? Like that's a very, and that's a pretty dire thing to say, I know, and especially because like you know what, you're right. Jeff Crocodile here, but New Art is probably the go-to for like, they don't really play, they mostly play indie stuff. So that is actually the New Art that's the one I'd go for. If we're talking first run with like a sprinkle of repertory, New Art's where it's at, because otherwise, people will say like the Los Feliz 3 or one of the Lemleys, but I don't know. I don't even know if those are in, like, when it comes to the stuff that's not repertory related to those places. Right. Oof, it can be tough. But I don't know. At the same time, maybe that's a Champagne problem.
I mean, yeah, especially when we're getting comments like, look at Vermont when they only have 6 theaters in the whole state with 3.
Right, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah. Well, hey, look, I grew up in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, which has a few, between Miami, Palm Beach, and Fort Lauderdale. You can kind of, if you make the commute, you can make it work. But even then, thinking to myself, when I was growing up there, it was a little more active than it is now. Now, from like in the part of Fort Lauderdale I grew up in, you have 2 AMCs and 1 semi-indie theater. Even they had to kind of stop with the indie stuff because I think they just had to pay the bills.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, when I was growing up there, you could still, you could make more of a meal out of just being in Fort Lauderdale, a decent amount. It's like, I was able to see like Old Boy, that it played at like 1 theater, but I was able to go to it. Mulholland Drive managed to play at a few theaters. Like, back then that was still a little more normal. So yeah. I know that's kind of like a old man yells at cloud kind of thing, but at the same time, I don't know, the evidence is there. Like when you go to other cities now, it's just not what it used to be. Sometimes an Alamo Drafthouse in certain cities is like a mecca.
Yeah,
depending
literally
on where you're at. So it can vary. But yeah, in LA, I would say New Art probably is the only one. That's also that didn't go out of fucking business. Yeah. That's the other problem. Like Landmark actually had a West LA location that was kind of the other ArcLight, if you will, and that closed 3 years ago. So Jeez. It's a shame. I know.
Fucking COVID, man.
I know. It doesn't stop. Wait, sorry. Can you highlight this thing? The AMC theater near me had bed bugs.
Yes.
I heard about this. Also happened in New York.
Yep.
Is that, I don't know if that's the one you're referring to, but like, I think it was like the AMC Empire or one of the big AMCs.
One of the big ones, yeah.
In New York had fucking bed bugs. Woof.
That's terrifying on multiple levels for sure.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's something I feel like that's like a story that someone would say about like a Grindhouse in '82. How is that the story about an AMC?
Yeah, that's true. Anyway. In NYC, Sibner says the Empire had rats.
Wow.
Yikes.
That's yeah. Hey, well, Empire in decline. What can I say?
Next is The Light Ship from 1985. This is starring Robert Duvall and Klaus Maria Brandauer. We've got this one from Jerzy Skolimowski, who also did EO that just came out recently. New audio commentary by Michael Brook on this one. Michael Brook does some great work on many of these movies. Never seen this one. Got to be honest, not really my type of film, but this one definitely sounds intriguing with the cast that they've got.
I felt the exact same way. I was just going to say a version of that where it's like, I don't think this is one I would go out of my way to watch, but glad it's, I think anything, but which also, by the way, props on getting his name right, because I feel like every time I've had to say it, I don't know that I've ever gotten Jerzy's name like his. I'm gonna go on a first name basis with him, but I fucked it up enough. But yeah, I mean, I would probably. This is the kind of thing that if it made its way to LA on like 35,
yeah,
it would get me into the theater for sure. I can't say that I'd throw on the disc at home.
It's much better than streaming it too. So yeah,
right.
Then they've got Eleni from 1985. This is with John Malkovich. That's probably the big draw here. Directed by Peter Yates. This one has a new audio commentary by Scott Harrison and a trailer on the disc, and that is it. Not one that I know much about, but I mean, it's fucking Malkovich.
Yeah, exactly. It's another one where it's like, am I going to go out of my way to watch it? We'll see. But it's also nice to know that it's there, because I think Imprint is also the soothsayer. Like you get, if Imprint's putting it out, we know someone else is going to put it out a few months later. So if not, maybe sometimes a year or two later, but it'll show up somewhere. So even if it doesn't make our way through Imprint, the Australians can have it. But we'll eventually, I'm sure it'll make its way here.
Yeah, all this means is Kino will do this on 4K next July. So
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Next up, one that's already been done in 4K, coming to Blu-ray from Imprint, is With Nail and I. There's not going to be anything new on this disc. This is literally just to release this on Blu-ray in Australia for the first time. No draw here for you to buy this for special features. Right. It's an inferior format. There's not really anything that most people watching this will probably want this for. However, this will be great to walk into a JP Hi-Fi in Melbourne and pick this up.
Yep.
Next up, one that I am excited about, although inevitably there will be a U.S. release of this as well. Lightbulb over in the UK on October 27th, so literally just in a couple weeks, putting out Chain Reactions from this year. This is the documentary that was put together to look at the impact of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre on 5 radically different people: Patton Oswalt, Takashi Miike, Alexander Heller-Nicholas, Stephen King, and Karin Kusama. And they talk about the impact on their lives and their filmmaking and their journey through cinema. I'm very curious to see this. They've also got the director's commentary on the film itself. There's a featurette and then a trailer that's on this, but I've heard pretty good things. Not to mention, Alexander Heller-Nicholas, friend of the show. A lot of these people I've loved and respected for years. So yeah, kind of very curious to see this one.
Oh yeah, I love hearing all these people talk on about film. I have to admit, I actually don't listen to Stephen King much, in terms of when he does interviews or anything. Not for literally any reason. So that actually is appealing, just to be I actually can hear him talk long form about the movie. And of course, Patton Oswalt, when it comes to anything film, I could hear him talk about it for hours. Loved his book. And then also, I love The Invitation. So it's cool that they got Karin Kusama here, and obviously Takeshi Miike. Oh, hell yeah. And same thing, Alexandra Heller-Nicholas always has great shit to say. Always has great stuff to say about film. And so you're right. This is a perfect variety of filmmakers.
I agree.
And and in general, and not just filmmakers, but yeah.
Yeah, very curious to hear the different impacts, literally. It's a great idea for a documentary for those 5 people. November 18th, Rent from 2005, getting a 4K from Sony. Cool. Not my thing.
Perfect.
Not much else to say. It's got Dolby Vision, it's got Dolby Atmos. I know a lot of people will be into that, but this, however, a lot of people don't love this movie. A lot of people hate this version of this. I think I've seen it. I could not even bother to even remember one line out of it.
Yeah, I skipped it in its initial theatrical run. I don't dislike musicals, but I'm also not always, But and there's nothing about it that I'm oh, maybe now I'll give it a shot. But hey, happy for anyone who just wants a 4K and digital copy of it.
That's true. Next is from Blue Fox Entertainment here in the US. They're releasing Omniscient Reader, The Prophecy from 2025. All of this was wild to me because I had never heard of Blue Fox Entertainment. I had to do some deep dive research on this company.
Yeah.
They sound legit. They sound decent. But the film itself sounds quite good. This says, an ordinary worker has been the sole reader of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, an obscure yet captivating novel for over a decade. When the fictional world becomes reality, apocalyptic chaos ensues, and he finds himself as the only person who can change the story's ending. I have always loved stories like this, where somebody's reading a book like Will Ferrell's Stranger Than Fiction. I freaking adore that movie, and this seems like a genre version of that type of story. I'm totally in on this.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I had not heard of this at all, and totally, this is very appealing. I agree. I don't know how I feel about that cover. It looks like a weird. It looks like the kind of thing you see in Barnes and Noble in the fantasy section, but otherwise, who's in it? Is anyone of note in it?
They are, as far as I can tell, all South Korean and not necessarily no names, but smaller named South Korean.
Got it. Okay, cool. Then yeah, this sounds great.
I agree. We got a couple of Hammer announcements coming from Studio Canal over in the UK. Both of these on November 24th in pretty nice looking 4K, kind of deluxe-ish sets from them. These are a little on the pricey side. These are $50 each US if you're buying from one of the US retailers to bring these in. I will say the second title that we're going to talk about is getting a 4K from Kino in November. And the horror, did I get that right? Yeah, the second one is getting a 4K from Kino. The Horror of Frankenstein is rumored to be getting a 4K from Severin in the US here, which is really interesting because I don't think Severin has done anything Hammer before. I know they've
No.
done Amicus, but not Hammer.
Yeah, and well, if Vinegar Syndrome's doing it, right? What's the now that definitely I do think that like with a few of the labels that, particularly with like Vinegar Syndrome, Severin, and Arrow, usually when one of them does, when something breaks, like a pattern comes in, it usually it's that rising tide lifts all boats kind of thing. Very cool. That's awesome if Severin does get it. I mean, Hammer movies are obviously hit or miss, but I do think that like all of it getting 4Ks is great because I'll tell you this much, they're great to look at.
It's true. And these usually have really wonderful restorations. This first one is The Horror of Frankenstein from 1970. As far as new extras, this got a new 4K restoration. Some really interesting artwork. I actually like what they did with this one. We've got a 64-page perfect bound booklet with new essays and original press kits, 2 posters, and then for on-disc extras, there is a new piece on revisiting The Horror of Frankenstein with a couple people, and there is a bunch of archival extras. Not a lot brand new as far as the disc goes, but to get this on 4K is nice. And then the companion piece with it is Scars of Dracula, also from 1970. This one is a Christopher Lee film, so it comes with that cachet, which means there are a lot of people just collecting Christopher Lee that are going to want this, of course. This, again, brand new 4K restoration, new artwork, 64-page book, new piece. It's a conversation on the film, and then a new interview with Dacre Stoker, Hammer's Bite. This sounds pretty good. A couple other featurettes. We got an audio commentary with Christopher Lee and the director. Looks like pretty wonderful releases.
Yeah, I think it's like we were just talking about. Studio Canal's another one of those. They kind of tell us, here's something coming else from another company in the US on like some other version. But also most of their work, as far as I know, have they ever really like fucked up transfers? I feel like they do a lot of good work with what they have. I and I don't mean like early stuff. I know like prior, like, and again, COVID's a good marker for that. I feel like post-COVID, that's when everybody started to step their shit up, because I feel like at this point you almost have to be proactively bad at it to fuck up some shit if you're not doing, aside from AI upscaling, obviously the big sin. But like in terms of what Studio Canal's been putting out lately, it seems to be across the board great stuff.
Yeah, it's all usually pretty great. The only thing, I know a lot of people really only want 4K for increased colorways through HDR, and a lot of Studio Canal stuff only gets SDR. People, that's a bit of a turnoff, but it's still going to look better than it's literally ever worked before. Yeah,
totally. But that'd be awesome if Severin does get it too, because they're also their 4K stuff, especially if they're getting it from the negatives, also good stuff. It'd probably be sourced from the same transfer, I'd imagine. A lot of those Hammer ones, it's similar to like what am I thinking of? Is it like with Hong Kong stuff? Some of those restorations, they already give them the scans. And same thing with some of the Italian films too. It's like the preservation's already been done, so now they just do the encoding and the the HDR and that kind of stuff.
And sometimes, like 88 Films and VS will get the same transfer of a Hong Kong film, and it'll be the same scan, but one of the companies will do actual restoration work, and the other one won't. And so that will be the big difference there, is one will look cleaner based on that. However, it's the same base scan at the bottom of it.
Right, totally. Yeah, that's exactly right. Because, it usually says, like, studio supplied master or something.
Yes. Next up, we're getting another John Wayne 4K from Kino coming soon. That is the War Wagon from 1967. This one will have HDR and Dolby Vision. No news on this because we don't have a release date or anything, so this will be a while. Also starring Kirk Douglas. I notoriously cannot stand John Wayne even a little bit. How do you feel about John Wayne?
The classics, I can't deny those. I actually just saw that restoration of oh my God, I feel like I'm going to lose all my film credentials just for blanking. His like classic. Good God, the one that was shot in VistaVision. Why am I blanking on
Rio Bravo?
No, not Rio Bravo. The one where he has to rescue Natalie Wood. Good God, if I don't look this up, I'm gonna like right on air. Just my brain's gonna melt. He pretty much as far as like. The Searchers, thank you. I think Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. I actually just rewatched that for the first time in I love that 3 people jumped in. Like, yeah, I think I have to retire after this episode. I'm sorry, everybody. What a weird. But I just rewatched The Searchers because they did a 70 millimeter print of that, so I saw it last year, and it was it's still, it is one of those ones like The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance where you're like, yeah, it's a masterpiece. Obviously, I actually think rewatching Man Who Shot Liberty Valance just this past January, it's still a perfect movie. Obviously, his politics and a lot of him as a person, yeah. You don't really have to say much there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But as far as his films go, I can still watch that. I can still watch them, and the ones that are classics, I think all of them when I rewatch them, because it'll be about, I'd say I've been revisiting those films about every 10 years. And as I get older, not only as a film watcher, but like in terms of what those movies are, what they're about, they hit harder each time for me. So but that's not because of John Wayne. I mean, obviously his performance is one thing, but like a lot of that mostly has to do with John Ford and
Right.
whoever else is usually behind the wheel of those. So as far as The War Wagon, never seen it. And unless I'm told like, oh, hey, here's this undiscovered gem about it, I'm probably not in a rush to get to it. You know what I mean? And I think at this point, there's nothing in John Wayne land that's like still waiting to be reclaimed. I think. Right, exactly. That like, oh man, have you seen this Italian cut of it? Whew, you got to dust that off and
Changes
watch
everything.
Right, exactly. So yeah, that's all that really needs to be said there.
Understood. Next up, one that I've heard is great from this year that I need to be watching soon. November 10th, over in the UK, Dazzler Media is releasing a 4K of The Ballad of Wallace Island, starring Carey Mulligan and Tim Key. I've heard so many great things from everybody that has seen this. Dying to see this. Have you seen this one?
No, I haven't seen it either. Same thing. I think my roommate may have seen this. Because he's like you, where he really gets, if you really break down his A-list for the year, it comes out to like literally 50 cents a movie. Like it's like crazy how. So I'm pretty sure that's where I heard that this one was good. But yeah, I'll put this on the watch list. Same thing. It sounds great. But again, it's like that thing where it's very hard for me to pick stuff up like this on physical. It's streaming on Prime tomorrow. All right, there we go. I will.
Thanks, Ronnie. That is very helpful.
Sorry to be that guy, but when it does come to new releases, when I have to put my money for physical somewhere, it's usually going to the old stuff most of the time.
Perfect sense.
Yeah.
For those that are into the new stuff, just to clarify on the format snobbery sometimes, because I know people want the best of the best. The U.S. release is Blu-ray only, so if you want a 4K, this is where you're going to need to go, because I highly like. This is shocking to me that they put the money to give this a 4K. This is kind of a surprising, really interesting choice from Dazzler for this.
Yeah. Wow. And I've never heard of that company actually. That's cool.
They're doing some interesting things. Not a lot of like random boutique style releases necessarily, but smaller indie and some smaller studio films that they're giving pretty decent, good releases for. And the encoding's great. The picture looks good. I've got no complaints for them so far.
Awesome.
Speaking of newer stuff, getting 4K, over at Signature Entertainment over in the UK, they're putting out the Toxic Avenger from this year on November 17th. It's getting a Steelbook and then a standard 4K, a Blu-ray release, and a DVD release. I really like the Steelbook design. If you're into Steelbooks, love the movie. That's all I'll say about this one.
I don't know how steelbooks with the name steel in them somehow are the most fragile things in the physical media market. It's like so crazy to me that even from companies that like boutique labels that are shipping them safely, I've heard stories that just from when they were designed, like when they were put together in the factory, there was still some flaw in the design. This was another one that's funny. We were talking about earlier how I'm somehow weirdly ahead of the curve and behind. I saw this at BeyondFest 2 years ago. Before its West Coast premiere, and I had a lot of fun with the movie. Always great to see Lloyd Kaufman be able to add to his 401k. And that is not a slight. I mean that very sincerely. I enjoyed the movie for as far as like a big budget relative to its budget, a relatively big budgeted remake of a Troma movie. This is about best case scenario for it.
On top of that, they announced this week that this film releasing through their marketing and all that stuff, they paid off $15 million of medical debt for people across the U.S. That's amazing. So rad.
Yeah, what a cool thing to take for like a movie like this, like a genre film, because you sure as fuck don't hear about that with a lot of other stuff, like with
No, and
studio releases and
especially,
shit.
I mean, the story behind this is about taking down the healthcare system. So to do
Right.
that in such a unique, benevolent way, I love this kind of marketing.
I do too. Yeah, that's very, very cool.
Next up, The Astronaut is getting a Blu-ray and DVD release over on in the UK from Signature Entertainment on October 27th. This is, I think, Kate Mara and Lawrence Fishburne. I'd never heard of this. Never, like, you could have shown me that picture. That doesn't really look like Kate Mara to me.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here, and I will probably never see this.
Absolutely. I've never seen a cover that screamed graphic design is my passion more. Like that
In
like
comic fans.
Yeah, it's, oh my god, it's just so, it just looks like they're being rendered for a video game. You know, when you start building your characters in like a video game, like a Tony Hawk skater, this is like what they right, yeah, you haven't finished. That's exactly what they look like. It's so, oh my god, what an eyesore.
Yeah,
sorry to those actors.
Everything's bad about this. There's no apology needed.
Yeah, yep.
I am not super into anime. Are you into anime at all?
On a very, very basic, like, entry level. There is stuff I like. My best friend loves it, so I get a lot of info from him. I'm sure when I bring this up to him, he'll know exactly what it is.
November 24th on Blu-ray Steelbook and a standard Blu-ray over in the UK from All the Anime. We are getting Cyberpunk Edge Runners from 2022, and I literally know nothing about this. So, hey, if you're into it, you're into it. That looks cool.
Yeah.
Hey, look, more anime. My Hero Academia, You're Next. This is coming, or sorry, My Hero Academia, You're Next, the movie from 2024, getting a Blu-ray Steelbook and a standard over in the UK. Same bonus features on both, which is just a couple short featurettes, and that is it. But the big one for the UK as far as animation goes, they just announced November 24th a Blu-ray and DVD set of Disney Classics 62 movie collections. This is coming in a big collectible, like, coffee table library style book. And this goes all the way up to Raya and the Last Dragon, and Encanto, Strange World, Wish, Moana 2, all the brand new ones, all of the Disney animated classics. And it's weird. I discovered this week through some research that Disney animated classics in the US are not the same as Disney animated classics in the UK.
Oh.
So Winnie the Pooh in the US is a Disney animated classic, not so in the UK. So this is missing that because it's not considered an animated classic. It's like a different line, I guess. And so this is missing like 3 or 4 movies that you would expect to be in here, but it has a couple others. Like Dinosaurs is not in here, and it's replaced with something else. There was a version of this released in the UK just a few years ago, and there was another version of this. The US and the UK have both had this previously, essentially, but the lineup has been different. And so this is the most comprehensive version of this. It is expensive in real American dollars. This is like $325, but it's 62 movies.
Yeah, that's actually, if you do the math on that, I know it's like that thing with, like, what if you do the math, what that comes out to per movie, it's a great deal, but it is still a lot to cough up front. Also, the comment that says they see loose discs going everywhere, that is
100%.
So spot on. Yeah, I've never seen a more disaster, like, just waiting to happen.
Yeah, I do not love that style of packaging whatsoever.
I don't either.
So yeah, I don't know. I would never purchase this, but it's got a 120-page book in it. It's got a wallet with 10 double-sided art cards that look really nice. The Disney adults will love this, is what I was saying.
Right. I was just thinking that. I was like, you know what? If Disney is going to venture into physical media, this is what it should be.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of times their releases are very clearly almost like in spite of that they have to produce stuff, but this clearly is very curated, and I like when they do go to the well for this kind of stuff rather than like what, I don't know if people remember what they used to do, but they actually were they used to really do the FOMO with, like, we're putting out Aladdin on this 2-disc DVD for 6 months, and then it's going back in the Disney vault. And now it's just kind of like, all right, we put this together, here, take it.
Buy it. You know you want it.
Yeah, exactly. Here.
This one actually sounds pretty good. October 20th over in the UK, we are getting a Blu-ray of Beast of War from this year. This one says, 1942, a warship carries hundreds of Australian soldiers across the Timor Sea to the front lines of World War II. Suddenly, Japanese fighter jets scream out of the sky. Within minutes, the ocean becomes a hell of steel, fire, oil, and blood. With the vessel destroyed, a handful of soldiers build a makeshift raft from floating debris as they cling to their lives. Tensions run high between the hot-headed and terrified young men as they band together in an effort to survive. But their biggest battle is yet to come. In the dark below, a great white shark hunts in the wreckage and is drawn to the smell of fresh blood in the water. Heroes will emerge and bad blood will rise to the surface as these soldiers do whatever it takes to survive a war with an apex predator. And I had somebody comment, is this a prequel to Jaws? And now when I see this, that will be my headcanon the entire time.
That's actually a pretty good hook of being like, what if we put Jaws in circa World War II? I mean, that's a fun idea, but also it's like one of those things where the writing, the allegory is going to be so obvious of what the shark represents and where's the real war being fought? Man versus nature, man versus, you know what I mean? Like but hey, fine by me. I mean, genre's genre, right? Sometimes.
Yep. What country smelled blood and attacked?
Right, exactly.
Next up, speaking of smelling blood, a Predator 5 movie collection is coming out as the 6th one is about to hit theaters. This is coming on November 10th on Blu-ray in the UK from Sony. This is super, super crazy. Nobody should buy this. They're releasing a 6th one. This is dumb. Like, you know it's coming. The theater is already playing the ads for it. They're also announcing that there won't be any real human blood and it will be rated PG-13, and that sucks a lot.
What a weird, man. I've never seen that's the state of movie going now, where they're like, by the way, guys, don't worry. If you're a little younger, it's PG-13. And by the way, parents, we heard you. It's not red blood. Which is also funny that I don't know if you know this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say the implication of, don't worry, we will make the Predator bleed. You will see green blood in that.
Right.
So funny.
Right. That's which has always been the hypocrisy of the MPAA. That's been since that was like the big argument in the late 90s, early 2000s. And like, I remember people would argue that like even in 2008, people were like, well, The Dark Knight was so, the material, it should have still been R, but it's like, well, you're the ones who put together this fucking equation of like what it should be. But that just reminds me of like, if you go real far back when the X rating was still a thing, Evil Dead 2 had to do this to get an R rating. Like, there was still blood, but a lot of the blood, if you watch Evil Dead 2, they always had said the reason it takes these surreal colors is because that's how they avoided getting an X rating.
Which is a joke. It is. So
right. And that was in 86, 87. Now imagine, and here we are in 2025 for PG-13. Like, don't worry, there's no red blood in this.
And then in everything else that is R-rated, a lot of it is CGI blood, and it looks fake as hell anyways. What's the goddamn
exactly,
point?
and it completely takes you out of it. Right, exactly, because of that fucking digital sheen to boot.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Next up, another UK release, November 3rd on 4K Steelbook and a standard is Den of Thieves 2 Pantera. I've never seen either of the... Is there only two? I think there's only two.
Yeah, it's two.
I've never seen either of the Den of Thieves movie. I was worried that there was like 6 somehow, and I missed one. I never seen them.
The name Pantera just sounds like it's like a 4th entry.
It does. And it's probably a prequel at that point too.
It's not actually. It does pick up right where the first one. So I haven't seen this one, but I also, I don't know. The first one has this kind of the first one, if I remember correctly, didn't even do huge numbers like theatrically. I think it picked up a following along the way. It kind of gets the same, almost like we have Michael Mann at Home kind of thing about it, because it's very obviously influenced by Heat, the first one. I couldn't see, like, there's a lot in there that absolutely is up my alley, but I think when it was all said and done, I really did think I could just watch Heat again. As much as I love watching Gerard Butler in this like beer gut dad mode, and he does play like a great scumbag cop in that one. Yeah. I do think the movie gets too hung up on its plot in the second half. I just remember that I'm like, it's too focused on its twist at the end that I didn't. I don't know, when it was all said and done, it didn't hit what I thought it was going to hit for me. That a lot of other people seem to forgive. So I wasn't dying to see this one, but a lot of people think that it does this even better, whatever they liked about the first one. So again, this might be a plane watch for me. This is like perfect where if I watch it on a plane, I'll probably like it enough because I have to fly from LA to
you're lightheaded.
To see right, exactly. Yeah. When we're over the Rockies. But like when I'm in going to visit my family, I need to see 2 movies because I got a 5-hour flight. So this will do a good job of knocking out the first. This is how I watched Beetlejuice. I actually missed it in theaters, and I'm glad I did, because I actually think I would have liked it less in theaters. And I watched it on a plane. It was a perfect plane watch, and I think this is gonna meet that criteria.
That makes sense. Next, On the Run from 1988 is getting an 88 films release here in the U.S. on January 20th. U.S. only, because this already had a U.K. release. Oh, I think it was 2022, something like
Correct.
that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Same disc. All of that's going to be the same. No new extras or anything. They're just recycling that. Nothing wrong with that either. This getting it out to a brand new market is great, and they even updated the art. And the art here is much better than the old release. Not that the art on that one was bad, but this one looks really good.
No, it looks good, and also this was one of the few 88 films that didn't. I have an 820, Panasonic 820. The Region B hack doesn't work on this one. So there's a handful of titles that more recently that hasn't really been an issue outside of, I think, that Killers of the Flower Moon and maybe a couple Third Window movies. But I know that Nami box set had the same issue. But this was one of those like Ricky O, where it doesn't work in the US. Even if you have unless you have an actual modded player, it wouldn't work. So huge news. I actually somehow missed this completely, and I'm so fucking stoked now.
Nice, very nice. Next, we got some weird ones. We're getting to the weird part of the week. So first, Full Moon, as usual. Charles Band wants to make a little more money to go on vacation later this year. So January 20th, he's releasing a Blu-ray of Head of the Family and Hideous as a double feature. But all they did is make it Full Moon's noir collection. They tinted them black and white.
That's so funny. I mean, he obviously just was like, he either went to go watch Mad Max, the Chrome edition, or he is like Lloyd Kaufman, where he's more high-minded in his own filmmaking and watched the black and white Parasite and was like, yes, I will do this now. And I would love to know, Full Moon, I have to admit, is one where a lot of their newer stuff I don't like, as far as their releases goes. I rarely will shell out the money for it. So I actually do wonder if there's like a collector mindset there where they're like, yeah, I'll get these.
Somebody's buying them. It's Charles Band. You know that's happening.
Godspeed.
What's crazy though is if you look on the Full Moon streaming service, which they have, there are I think 6 more films that they have already tinted black and white that they're showing as part of their noir collection. So you can guarantee there are at least 3 more double features coming.
All right, noir heads, let's clock in. It's time.
And of course, by definition, noir just means black and white. It means nothing about the actual genre of the film, just by coloring it black and white.
Right, exactly. That's what's so funny. I'm sorry if I missed this. When is this being released? The date?
January 20th.
Oh, okay. The reason I was going to ask is I'm going to Monsterpalooza this weekend. The Son of Monsterpalooza is happening here. I was dying to see if it was going to be there because I would just be curious to see. I don't even know if they're a vendor, but yeah. Yep.
Terry says, since Trancers Noir was announced first, I'm wondering why these are coming out first. Well, he probably doesn't want to do a 4K as the Noir version, and Trancers already came out on 4K.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, that's actually, that tracks.
If anything, you'll see that in like 3 more years, and he'll say, ooh, the new extended Noir cut, and he'll add, I don't know, some random half a second of deleted scene. More Full Moon is coming out, though. They are putting out on January 20th, Last Foxtrot in Burbank from 1973. Now, this one, kind of a big deal. This is the title that has long been talked about and long been difficult to see. This is a very early Charles Band film, so early that this was edited by John Carpenter. Yes, that John Carpenter. You can get this release, and it looks great. There's even a Trailers from Hell episode on this. I've heard this is not great. However, if you are steeped in this culture, this seems like a must-watch at least once.
Yes, I actually haven't seen it because I was holding out, hoping a restoration would come soon. I know there's versions floating online that you can get, but most people who watch it, who like it, don't like it as like a good movie, more as like as like an artifact, like you can't help it, because I don't know. I think the older you get, if you're right, if you get steeped in this, it's very easy to just watch this movie, not in like a narrative sense. And I know that can sound like there's kind of parodies of this floating around on like social media where people will say like one of the worst fucking things I've ever seen in my life, but you know what? 3 stars on Letterboxd. Kind of loved it. It's just one of those things where I absolutely will be picking this up because I do want to see the movie that Charles Band himself sort of disowns. And
Which is rare, by the way.
yeah, exactly. But I think he's a capitalist, so he will at this point be like, you know what? If the people want it, I want their money. So he's getting it from me. And yes, I'll be going to Monsterpalooza tomorrow and say, any chance you guys have this? Or whenever. I think I'm going Saturday. But anyway, like, yeah, I will try to see. I doubt it'll be there. When is this one coming out? Actually, sorry,
Same date, January 20th.
All right, 2026, starting off with a bang, baby. Let's go.
Next up, a couple more January 20th titles. Both of these are coming from Troma, and these are literally titles that we've already seen, but they've gone out of print, and so nothing shockingly new here. But it's good to have access to the films. We got Luther the Geek, and then Frightmare. Both good movies, both worth watching. These are likely going to be essentially the exact same disc as was released by Vinegar Syndrome, but they're licensed from Troma. Troma's releasing them. Access. Yeah. I mean, that's the best argument.
Right, exactly. I think even I wouldn't be surprised if they just are the same scans. I know that VS, I think like even though they didn't release the Toxic Avenger 4K set, I believe they were they involved in that? That was a rumor.
They were.
Oh, okay, very cool. So yeah, I think that like it's great. I think they work a lot with these companies that do specific restorations, and I'm sure Kaufman has it somewhere in there that maybe they get the scans.
Yep.
And that's awesome because I know Death by Temptation went out of print with VS, but there is a 4K scan of that now because it made the rounds theatrically. I actually saw that 4K scan. It was great.
Yeah. Next, December 16th title from Altered Innocence coming out here in the States. This is called Taxi Zoom Clo, but here in the US, you're also going to know it as Taxi to the Toilet from 1980. This is the 45th anniversary of its original release, and this is a groundbreaking autobiographical debut. It's supposed to be great. I've only ever heard wonderful things about this. And Altered Innocence, I mean, Eli and I are both going to praise the hell out of them. Frank does just masterful work over there.
Excellent stuff. Yeah. At anytime, and this is making the rounds on the repertory market here, so I'll be watching it that way. Any chance I can get, even if as much as I try to do stuff on 35 and 16 here, I'm not opposed to. If the only way to see it is like a DCP restoration, fine by me. If it's because any chance I can just see in a dark theater, I will. And so really, yes, I also missed this the few times it's screened since living here. So I'm very excited to see this as well. Awesome that they got this and that they're putting it out.
Some wonderful extras, too. We got a visual essay by KJ Shepard, another visual essay by somebody we just talked about, Elizabeth Purcell. We've got a booklet with an essay by Bradford Nordine. We got a restoration trailer, some other trailers. Altered Innocence. Frank is just amazing. Support the release if you can. I know that since they left OCN, they don't have quite as many eyes on their releases, but they absolutely deserve them. Their Angst by August that they have coming out soon is one that I definitely have my eyes on, and this will be on the list for sure as well.
Yeah, same.
We got some release details for this year's film Him that was just put out. This is coming on November 11th on a 4K Steelbook, a standard 4K, and a Blu-ray and DVD. We're going to get some deleted end credit scenes, some deleted scenes that were a part of this. There's going to be some featurettes, and there's also going to be like an anatomy of the scene type of thing. But the big thing, this is even getting a commentary, which a lot of films like this never do. So that's pretty cool. Wow. I will say I did not like this movie, but the features kind of intriguing to hear what they were going for behind the scenes. Yeah.
I haven't heard any, literally without exaggeration. I only have one friend who liked it he thought for what it was, it worked. And everybody else has been like, this sucks really bad. It's like kind of almost like a parody of what like elevated horror is now. Yep. It's a shame because I do think when Marlon Wayans does dramatic work, he always knocks it out of the park, and seems like a really cool guy just in general. It's like he's what he talks about in public and stuff. He's like very outspoken about, obviously is supporting his kids and stuff. If you don't know, you can look it up. But he's that's a shame. That I was hoping he would do something dramatic where it really hits, but it felt like, I don't know. It's like when Pamela Anderson did Last Showgirl. Like
Yeah.
I didn't think the movie worked very well. And then, but hey, you know what? She got in The Naked Gun. Great movie. I thought it was fantastic, and I thought that was actually like she got her flowers. You know what I mean?
I
So
agree.
hopefully Marlon Wayans says something like that around the corner. This is another one where if I ever end up watching it, it'll absolutely be. I have something called Cardio Watch. I go on the treadmill at a high incline for 30 minutes at a time, and I will
Nice.
watch. And if it's a movie that I don't have a problem breaking it up, I know, you know what I mean? This is
Yeah.
how I watched Morbius, because there's no other way I would have ever watched it. And I was like, oh, this lives up to its absolute reputation of being a total slog, and there's no other way I could sit there and watch this. So highly recommend, if anyone ever needs an excuse to watch something on a treadmill or on a bike, it is a great way to watch something where if you were never going to watch it to begin with, it's a great way to get those empty calories in.
Please tell me every time you get on the treadmill, you said it's Morbin time before sitting
Oh,
in.
I did. Right before I hit start, I went boom.
Next, probably my favorite announcement of the week. I've been waiting for this one for quite some time. This is going to feel kind of wild because this is a long lead announcement. This is coming in June of 2026, next year. We got a Blu-ray release coming of Riverbend from 1989. This is directed by the same guy that did American Ninja, which you are getting the big 4K releases from Kino right now. And everything that you're gonna hear about from this is gonna be great. But Sam Furstenberg is the director. You got Steve James, who you've seen in a bunch of 80s films. You've seen him in a bunch of random action movies, stuff from the late 80s, early 90s that you just may not recognize, but it's him. He's great. He always is. This one, you should read this out loud. It says, in the heat of the civil rights era, 3 decorated black soldiers return home from Vietnam only to find themselves in another war, this time against racism, corruption, and brutality in the American South. Led by Major Samuel Quinton, the men take refuge in the small town of Riverbend, Georgia, where a ruthless sheriff rules with an iron fist. When peaceful resistance fails, the soldiers use their combat skills to liberate the oppressed townspeople and ignite a revolution that challenges the system itself. This got a brand new 6K scan of the OCN. Cool. Or sorry, not of the OCN, of the one of the inner positives, and they went and did a restoration of the full mag sound reels and everything. There's going to be a limited slipcover on this that you can get for the first pressing. There is a sleeve that's been brand new designed and all this stuff. They've got the original art on the reverse. There are 2 commentaries on this, one with the director, Sam Furstenberg, and members of the cast. There's another one with Sam Furstenberg in conversation with Debbie James, daughter of the late Steve James, and that's moderated by the guy behind this, who is Michael Dennis. This company putting this out is Real Black Renaissance. He has been working on this for years, literally. Michael, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to shout out, right, exactly what you just put, that you'll be attending the screening at the Arrow. My heart is breaking that I can't make it. That's the night of my my show at the Pleasure Chest. Again, champagne problem, but nonetheless, this is like screening there, I believe, on 35, and this is awesome. I'm like really excited for this release as well, and I hope that print makes the round a few more times before then, because I'd love to see this specifically in a theater.
There is a monster number of extras. He's even saying that he's going to do more before next year. This isn't even everything, but literally, this is something that is not going to get a lot of play with a lot of physical media collectors because they've never heard of it. I don't like this is not something that other accounts are going to cover or anything like that. So if you get a chance, go look up Real Black Renaissance. I really hope that this does well because, again, he has put his time, his energy, his money, his blood, sweat, and tears into getting this out. The release is not cheap necessarily. I don't think it's overly expensive or anything like that, but the amount of work that has gone into it is beyond what they are asking for.
That makes it a no-brainer. That's kind of like, funnily enough, when the Beyond got that big 6-disc release. Like when it's something like that where this is even rarer. So that's just the best example I could think right now. But like that kind of work absolutely should be supported 100%.
I just put the link in the chat. Open that in another tab
Awesome.
if you ever wanted to go take a look at that. Keep it open. Wait until payday if you get a chance. Throw some money at it. The first 100 orders, which he let me know that this is about to be hitting that 100 mark here in the next day or two, probably. The first 100 pre-orders will be shipped with a limited edition enamel pin and a Riverbend postcard that's hand-signed by Sam Furstenberg, who directed American Ninja. Like, that is really rad.
Awesome. That's very cool. Yeah.
Severin says, unlike Cheryl's band, he is not going on vacation this year.
No, he's probably had to put out a second mortgage.
Yeah,
like that's expensive to put together, man. When you're like when it's just you, you know what I mean? Like that's awesome.
Well, and again, this is a film that, first off, they couldn't even find elements for the longest time. So even to be able to do this is great. The film, I don't think I said the price. It's $40 on their site plus shipping. But again, 6K scan of an interpositive and all of these extras to literally rescue something. This is like one of those movies, which is why I have this channel. I want to talk about stuff like this because nobody else is. Totally,
absolutely. And I'm again, if anyone here is listening and watching that's LA based besides Craig from Deaf Crocodile. Wait, did I say Greg or Craig? Well, anywho, sorry, I went too fast. Anywho, just absolutely worth attending because that screening itself is very rare.
Yeah. I hope that they will shop this around the U.S. a little bit. I know that a lot of that's going to have to be DCP, of course, but please just get the film out there.
And sorry to Deaf Crocodile for getting the name wrong. Sorry.
No, you got it right. You got it right.
Oh, good. Oh, okay, great. Okay, sorry, I thought I had gotten it wrong. I was like, wait.
It is Craig. You're fine.
Okay, great.
Next, I showed this earlier for the physical release, but the newest edition of the magazine is out. This is issue number 23. For those that are paying attention to this, if you're reading every month, this is where we take our very short break during the year. This is coming out October 1st. The next issue will be November 15th. And then that will be it until the first of the year. So in 3 months, we do 2 issues. But after that, it'll be back to 1 issue every month. And
awesome.
we've already got stuff coming in the November release and the January release. And Stan, you're amazing. Thanks for putting this together with me.
Awesome.
Imprint is putting out Ace Ventura Pet Detective in a 4K steelbook. This is coming on December 10th. There's no new extras. This isn't the dolphin trainer scene. It's not the TV cut that everybody wants or anything. However, it's coming out in Australia for the very first time. But the big thing, too, is if you love art, this has the original poster art and looks a hell of a lot better than Shout Factory steelbook.
Yeah. Oof.
And shockingly, for everything that they've been charging a bunch of money for, this is only $50. Just $50.
Oh, and it weighs the normal weight of a movie.
That is true. That is true. Paul is saying it's not Imprint, it's just Via Vision, which I could have swore it was Imprint. It's not. They certainly announced it like it was Imprint. Yeah, that's my bad, Paul. You're right. It is Via Vision, as I can see on the website right now. Yeah, slightly different. Yeah, and it's not a terrible price to pre-order it.
Yeah.
Speaking of pre-ordering, Pulse is helping individual that we talked about earlier, Eugenio Ercolani, to put out his new book, which is called Cannibal Worlds. This is a book on all kinds of cannibal films. He touches on so many different things. Very curious to see this one. I've been hearing him talk about this many times. He has put a hell of a lot of work into it. He's also got a lot of people to work on this with him, including people like Troy Howarth, Rachel Nisbet, Mike Foster, a bunch of people. 352-page book. Cannot wait to see this one. But the cool thing is, Pulse has done a handful of books over the years, and if you go to their Kickstarter, you can order this with one of the older books and get a little bit of a discount on it. And highly recommend all of their books, so it's a good way to get them.
I have a couple of those books. They're great books. I have the one about the post-apocalyptic, like after the world ends.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Great book. Highly recommend it.
And we got the Brigitte Lahaye book from them. We've got...
And I think the Marilyn Jess one too, right?
Yes, that's one I couldn't think of her first name. I was like, Jess, what is her first name?
Yeah, yeah, the Marilyn Jess book. Those are great books too. And they just do awesome work when it comes to that stuff.
Yep. And I think if you got it from Pulse, the Brigitte Lahaye one came with a bonus DVD, and now you can get just the bonus DVD through the Melusine VSMC Club.
Yeah, I never. Yeah, you're right. It's from the Melusine side. Yeah, the MMC Melusine Media Club is called. That's correct. Yeah, yes, you can get that. I know they had a Pulse movie on there as well, like a softcore film she did. I think it was called Erotica. But you can order that through Pulse directly as well. Yeah, it's an interesting. I think the Melusine Media Club. It's not super frequent, so they'll do weird things like a pizza raft, pool raft, for hot saucy pizza girls. But once in a while, I mean, I think Hot Summer in the City. I talked about it on Punk Vacation. It's quite the artifact, and the reason they had to put it out there, I've said before, is because it's not the content itself that was the issue. It was the music rights for what they licensed in that movie. Well, it didn't license exactly, but it literally would have been more expensive than Good Bar to clear if they could clear it. Like it's quite the fine. So it's worth it if you have the points. But anyway, we kind of got a little off track. But yeah, I heard that DVD is the Brigitte Lahaye one's. It's fine.
Yeah, that about sums it up. Something that's not fine. A lot of people are right now talking about Paul Thomas Anderson. This December, we are getting a 4K steelbook and standard release of Boogie Nights from 1997. This has been heavily rumored all year. There is going to be a bunch of archival extras, nothing brand new on this one. Yeah. But the art on this has been setting the world on fire since this got announced. And the steelbook art here is from a Mondo poster from like 10 years ago or something like that. And it had sold out pretty much immediately, and it was a very small print run. It was like 35 people got that poster, and now you get the same art on the front of the steelbook. And if that's not enough, the standard release here is what this is. Supposedly, the story behind this is that PTA himself took this picture and selected this to be the cover art for this, and then a whole bunch of people just sort of complained about it. Look at that. Here's Michael Dennis from Real Black, who's putting out Riverbend. And we just talked.
Oh, yeah, you just missed it, but damn. I mean, we could still talk. But yeah, but just to go back to this for a second, if he did pick this, okay, but yeah, it is a strange choice.
It's an odd choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get there's like for given how the original cover is such a dynamic cover, I maybe he's going for the inverse of that, but I do like the spontaneity of the photo, but as the cover art for the movie, no, sorry, that's my just no.
Yes, this is not a choice, and this does not sell Boogie Nights at all.
Correct. Yeah, it really doesn't. So, but hey, you know what? The movie's on 4K. I'm stoked about that. So, I held off on buying the Blu-ray when I finally got back into physical media about like a half decade ago, but for this reason. But that's good enough for me.
So the little bit of commentary that we can give on this real quick is that the 4K in the steelbook, the 4K standard in the steelbook went up for pre-order like 15 minutes after this was announced and was ready to go, and it sold ridiculously quick on Amazon. Yeah. They have now pulled both of those listings. You can't even go see that it's sold out. Both of those listings are gone. At this point, if there's more copies coming for Amazon, people can't confirm. However, I'm assuming that it's going to be coming back on Amazon. The other thing is it's not an Amazon exclusive release. This is going to be available everywhere. So it's something weird is happening with it. But I imagine even the steelbook is still going to be available elsewhere. Expect Walmart, expect Groove.com. You'll be able to get it still. For sure. And not only that, but obviously the boutique companies will have it if you want it more safely delivered. And even then, even if they sell out of their initial stock, I'm sure they'll get more. I don't think it's going to be a Night of the Living Dead situation, I would imagine. Yeah. Even if it is, I don't know. I think it'll be fine. Like I said, I kind of steelbooks. The artwork on it's definitely better than the standard, but good Lord, man, they just don't survive. They can't survive the mail. They just can't. Yeah. USPS could literally deliver it on a on a pillow, government protection. Right, exactly. In like a literal steel fucking safe, and somehow you'll open it up and you'll just find the small dent. It's very, very strange. I do agree with Craig here, who says, picking nits, I hate how studio titles feel they have to have the 4K UHD banner when the damn case does it already. Why? I get that you have to tell people that there's a digital code, but can we find a better way? Like the whole back of the sleeve is there. I agree. 100%. Yeah. It's very, very strange. I don't get it. All right. Radiance came out with some big news this week. January 27th is the release date for these. In the UK, January 28th in the US for the first couple. The first title is going to be Illustrious Corpses from 1976, which also has a US release already from Kino. This is a 4K restoration, probably the exact same 4K restoration that's on the Kino. We're probably never going to find that out for sure, but it's probably the exact same one.
Right.
We got archival extras, including the commentary from Alex Cox in 2021. There's a new interview with the author of The Cinema of Francesco Rosi from 2025. Other than that, there is a booklet coming in this with some new writing on the film, and it's Radiance. So you know that the art is great. You know that the disc is going to be encoded very well. It looks like a really solid release of the film, and I hear it's amazing.
Yeah, I didn't buy the other version, so happy to get this one instead.
To go along with that, they also have 1965's Blood of Revenge. This one is also being released on the US and UK sides of the pond, both of them on the same days, January 27th and 28th. We've got an HD digital transfer on this one. We've got a visual essay by Mark Schilling coming. There's the reversible sleeve, brand new subtitles translation on this one, and then a booklet as usual. And Taikato has been getting some love from Radiance, and this will be mine. Oh, yes, it will.
Oh, yeah, same. I'm very stoked for this.
And again, just wonderful art choices by Radiance.
God,
love the way this looks. Then we've got The Wild Child from 1970. This is a UK-only release from them, coming on January 27th. This is a Francois Truffaut disc, and the reason it's a UK-only is because it already has a US release from Kino here. That is actually part of a very affordable box set. I think it's 3 Truffaut titles that are in that set, and this is at home right alongside the other 2 there. We've got archival extras on here, and then there's a new interview with critic and author Jeanette Vincendeau. We've also got a new booklet coming in this with writing, and again, just if you don't got the first one, this looks like a really good release of it.
Yeah, again, and I don't, so I may end up just getting this one. I haven't decided if I'm going to sub to Radiance yet, because it obviously you can only sub to so many things at one time financially, but I definitely will pick this up as well, just for this. They just knock it out of the park every time. I'm still in with Radiance, like where it's just a lot of safe blind buying for me.
That makes a lot of sense. And Fran's Curation is kind of legendary at this point.
Yeah.
Speaking of their subscription, they are now open. You can go subscribe to Radiance anytime between now and the end of the year. The membership options will be open until December 31st. And there's a good reason for that, because it is pricey. If you are going to sub to the full rest of the world, but you want all of the UK titles, which is the only way to get everything they put out, it's a little over $1,000. It's like $1,120, something like that. It is quite expensive. However, they're releasing a lot of titles. Keep in mind, the transmission titles are not going to be included in your subscription if you get that. And then it will also not have the standard copies that they release. It will not have their hosted labels like Raro or Altered Innocence has done a couple over there, Fun City. You can get discounts on those things. You get a 10% discount and add them to your shipping, so you don't have to pay extra shipping, but they don't just come as part of your subscription there. I will say, those that got in on the Radiance 3-year subscription deal, you got the absolute steal of a lifetime.
Yeah. To say the least.
Yes. When you subscribe to this, you do get other things like the Dirty Art House magazines that they do. They get sometimes like some exclusive booklets or gifts and stuff like that. But they always, when they announce this, start to tease some things. So this is the January slate. So if you subscribe, you will get these. But the other things, they've announced an epic Greek drama, a Japanese crime box set, giallo titles, daring Polish satire, films from Takashi Miike. That in itself is very exciting. Italian police corruption, further volumes of world noir, which have all been really great so far.
Yeah.
There's a film from the Sight and Sound Top 100, an early work from Pedro Almodovar, which is interesting, classics from the Japanese New Wave, and more. Now, when you get these options, you can choose to include 4K titles or not. You can choose to get only the US and Canada titles, or you can get all of the UK, so you get everything. So there's some options here, and your pricing there is going to flux based on that. So good luck. And if you were a subscriber before, you do get a discount. I think it's like 70 pounds off that they're giving you. So it brings that price down quite a bit.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, we all know Tracy Letts is going to subscribe to this. If you don't know it, he really loves Radiance, with good reason, obviously. But that being said, yeah, I do think obviously the subscription model is starting to take off for a lot of these companies, and I just can't. It's hard because it's like, especially with doing Punk Vacation, just for transparency, that's probably the one I'm going to sub to first.
Yeah.
So I kind of have to pick my battles with that. But that being said, I do think with Radiance, there's a little bit more of an availability, and it's a little different to how they do their models. So like, I have to admit, if I had the funds, I would. But man, I also are there upgrades included with that year? Like I was reading something that people were saying that they're a little disappointed that some of these are upgrades of things they've already put out.
Yeah, so the first thing, that was the last thing I was going to bring up here, is the first thing on that list. It says we're going to put out approximately 4 films per month, adjusted for box sets. And then the first thing they advertise, upgrades of Radiance titles on UHD, which I may be misremembering, but I believe at one point Fran had said they were not going to do that. So the fact that it's literally only going to be their 3rd year and they're putting out upgrades of their titles on UHD, that is... that's a little rough. Especially if you're one of those 3-year subscribers, that means that in your subscription you got the original release and you're going to get the upgrade of the same title.
Yeah, better fire up those selling accounts. Make some of your money back, because that's all you could really do with that. I mean, that's a shame. I get the frustration with that stuff. Obviously, some of this is going to obviously meant to pull in new people, but it's that sucks. I wish I could say it a little more gingerly, but yeah.
The reality is, though, too, is since Radiant started, the industry has already changed a lot. 4K was very out of reach just 2 years ago for most companies. Yeah. And now, I mean, we're seeing more and more in many comment sections, people saying, okay, but where's the 4K? And
right.
First off, we need to keep in mind that is not realistic. Most films will never be on 4K. But the other thing is, companies are understanding that, and so they're doing what they can to do more films on 4K. Do those films need 4K? Maybe not. But in many situations, they're going to sell, and that's what these companies need to stay working.
Right, exactly. I mean, I know 4Ks also are just sometimes expensive to, not sometimes, they are expensive to put together.
Every time.
You have to, so you have to make it count. That said, so I understand why some things don't get a 4K, but at the same time, I think also because even though, yes, things are very economically expensive, TVs and Blu-ray players and such are also still, relatively speaking, affordable.
Yes.
I mean, I know DVDs and Blu-rays are obviously always going to be the bigger sellers, but I think in terms of a hyper niche market, actually, I don't even say hyper niche. It's not even niche. 4K is just a market, obviously. Yeah. So it's still, I think, a worthwhile endeavor for the most part. I guess that's a long way of saying that.
It is, and it's, I mean, again, if they're going to do it and make it count, it's great. Like, I'm glad that it's going to have the best release it will likely ever have.
Yeah.
It just sucks if you already bought it, or like for some of these, for Radiant, some of them went out of print kind of quickly in the beginning because people were hyped on them, and maybe you bought it secondhand and you spent a little more than you wanted to, and now you're going to be able to get the exact same release, but even on a better format for $30. And so that stings. That being said, again, best format possible, and it will be accessible for everybody. I kind of can't complain about that part.
No, I can't either. And like I said, I mean, there's enough of a third party market out there that you can always, if you don't care about the UHD upgrade, you could just sell it, get literally break even on that part, or
sell your old one.
Sell your old one and use the Blu-ray to upgrade. I really think that's what that market is there for, because there's always someone who'll pay, so if you have to take a small hit on it, you took that hit 2 years ago. So it's not like the ripple effect isn't there 2 years later.
It's true. It's true. So yeah, check out the Radiance membership if you are into that idea. Another one from the UK. We got a box set coming from Second Run, which is really, really interesting. I've always been so intrigued by literally every title that they announce. So we are getting a box set, and I'm going to completely butcher this, I'm sorry, but from Istvan Szabo, including the films Mephisto, Colonel Reddy, and Hanusin. These are supposedly wonderful, especially Mephisto. Heard
which
great things about it.
I've seen. Yeah. It's been a very long time, but I remember liking it quite a bit. This is just a great excuse to revisit it for that reason.
Nice.
That's what I love about this era of physical media. There's just stuff that I saw in some capacity, and it's been long enough that I'm ready, and it's going to look the best it's ever looked.
Yeah. Speaking of that, brand new 4K restorations by the National Film Institute Hungary Film Archive. There's going to be 4 short films on this as well, all remastered in HD. There's going to be Q&A. There's going to be look at his films. There's going to be all kinds of stuff, plus individual booklets for every single movie. This looks like a wonderful release. Second run, they're always region free, I believe. I think there may have been like an old 1 or 2 discs that were region B locked, but other than that, they're pretty much always region free, including this one. Really great bang for the buck. Usually, this looks fantastic.
Yeah, I can't wait. This was it's a day one pickup, even though I haven't bought it yet. But I would say for people that should be a day one pickup.
Yeah. Next up, we got one more before many people's favorite announcement of the week, and this one is an odd one. Cleopatra Records is putting out Vampire Zombies from Space, and looking at that title, you might think, oh, that is a perfect, like, 1963 grindhouse driving double feature title. This is from 2024. Yeah. So this says 1947 in the small town of Marlow, young Mary witnessed her mother's gruesome death where the infamous Dracula emerged from the shadows to claim her life. Now, 10 years later, the trauma of that night still haunts her, especially as strange occurrences begin to plague her town. When her sister and father mysteriously vanish, Mary knows something sinister is at play. We got a slideshow on this, some promotional clips and all that, but that is about it. And yeah, you can probably get this for like $20.
Yeah, they know their audience with that cover. They know who they're trying to bait in with that, and because otherwise I would have been like, yeah, the same thing. I'm like, oh, hey, what's this little label coming up with this old movie? But cool. I'm not opposed to checking this out.
Not at all. No.
Yeah.
Especially for that price point. And Josh says it's a fun one. Josh sees a lot of shit, and Josh usually has good taste, so I'm curious about that one.
Sweet.
But now, here is the big boy. Severin announced that coming in early December, if you buy it from their website, or January 27th, if you buy it from one of the other retailers, they are putting out the box set that we talked about recently, Exorcismo, Defying a Dictator and Raising Hell in Post-Franco Spain. This is a 10-disc Blu-ray box set, includes a book, but the big thing here is this includes 19 films. 19 films plus a 168-page book and 21 plus hours of special features. My God.
They remain unmatched. They remain unmatched when it comes to the boxes. I mean, that is awesome. The only one I've seen, it's funny the way I'm saying this, the people who own the Dark, I saw on as part of one of those New Bev marathons a few years ago on 35. At the time, I thought the opening was great, and then the rest of the movie lost me pretty quickly. So that sounds like I'm saying, oh, but there's also 18 other movies. And the fact that also that they're still preserving this is awesome. I always will go to bat for that, like, even if I don't like the movie. But yeah, this is, I mean, between this and the Emmanuel box set, my God, what a Christmas treat. Like, truly super stoked on this one. I've seen the few things I've seen with that S classification. I saw the one that Mondo put out, Sex Apocalypse. Really enjoyed it. So really looking forward to the rest of these. I'm very, very excited for this box set. I mean, like I said, and like you were just saying, not just the 19 movies, the fact that they pack them all with features. I mean, they really do a great job with this stuff when it comes to every box set they put out. I don't think they slack in any capacity on any of them.
I mean, you can't. These are legendary releases. They're killing it. The big, like, holding it all together, as usual, they have a wonderful documentary that has got a lot of attention over the last few months, played at a few festivals and stuff. It is the transgressive legacy of Classificata S that you were just saying. That is the first film that they've got released here. And then we've got Far from the Trees. And then on the second disc, we've got The Bell from Hell and Creation of the Damned. The third disc is going to have The Devil's Exorcist and After Part 1, Can't You Be Left Alone. Then on disc 4, we've got The People Who Own the Dark. Disc 5 is going to have Battered Flesh and The Priest. Disc 6 is Sins of a Nympho and Dimorpho. Disc 7 has Bloody Sex and Morbus. Disc 8 has Faces and Triangle of Lust. Disc 9 has That House in the Outskirts and Supernatural. And then Disc 10 has Poppers and After Part 2, Tied Up and Tied Up Well. I'd only technically, before they started talking about this box set, heard of, I think, about 4 or 5 of these. The big one probably being The Bell from Hell. That's
Same.
one that's been on my list for a long time.
Yeah. It's screened here a couple months ago and I just missed it. I think because it was like a Monday at 10 p.m. or something. But like, yeah, I same thing. I've heard about half of these. No, not even half. Yeah, you're right. Like probably 4 or 5 movies. Just eyeballing it. But the fact that this costs $150 at Severin, and it might be a little cheaper when it hits retail, but that is an incredible price point for this. This is the most paying for no-brainer possible. If you can't swing it up front, I think this is a great. Obviously, if this is the type of thing that's up your alley, but I think if you get Severin box sets, you already know, the deal.
So, I mean, I can't even go through all the features. That's the first thing I got to say, because we would literally be here for the next hour discussing how incredible it is. This being $150, though, should be like the news surrounding this, because this is 19 films, including an in-house produced documentary. 19 films, less than $10 a film, on top of special features, plus a 168-page book. I mean, people have bitched about Severin's prices before, including me. Like when you put out a 4K of 4 Flies on Gray Velvet and it's $55, that's pricey. That's a lot. One film for almost $60. This is 19 movies for $150.
Yeah, that's literally a third. That's 3 4 Flies.
Sib is asking, what is the retail price? The full MSRP is $220, which means and likely this will at some point go on sale for half price. It's probably not going to happen until summer of 2027, if I'm speculating properly, which I think I should be there.
Yeah,
because they'll skip the first sale and then maybe the next sale after that. It is $220, so when it goes on sale, it'll be $110. That is legendary pricing for this. That is crazy pants money for so much stuff.
Yeah. And not only that, like I said, eventually, I know for some people just mathematically, they have to go the retail route for this stuff. It'll probably be closer to that price as well if you have to wait until the retail version drops. So whether you're paying $150 or $110, like either way, you'll definitely be able to, like, I just think it's a no-brainer across the board.
The other thing, I know that I get a lot of questions from people on what on Severin is limited versus what is like, is this something that I can wait on, essentially? Like, if this is something that I feel is important and I want the book and everything, do I have to buy this day one? I can't find anywhere on the page, in their announcement, in anything that even includes the word limited. So I think that the book itself is literally a part of the box set. It looks to be in there.
It looks like the Black Emmanuel set where it's built into the box. I don't think, unless they specifically word it somewhere, I didn't see that either. Unlike, like when I feel like the only time that happens for them, and again, even like Cemetery Man was the most recent thing that went out of print, and even that like took a little while. And I feel like that's the first thing in a long time where an actual limited edition that wasn't like, I know with 4 Flies there was something else to that with why it wasn't, it's only available at and like Cruel Jaws, but outside of those and Blood on Satan's Claw, like it's very rare for any of their limited editions outside of being site exclusive. They don't go out of print too often. So I think I think if you need to be patient about it, you totally can. I obviously we're both speculating, but based on previous patterns and the verbiage on their site, I don't see anything otherwise either.
Yeah, they haven't had anything say properly limited in quite some time at this point.
Oh, you're right. The last horror show. There it is. That's the one I was trying to think of. The other one.
And they've had a few. Like Cruel Jaws is one that disappeared quickly, but even that wasn't announced to be like that. They got in trouble.
Right. Exactly.
So yeah, there's a lot of worry from people, but this one, like, if you want it immediately, I get it. But also at $150, while cheap for what you're getting, it's still a big price point. So I completely understand needing to wait and save up. All right. One that's pretty cool here. Coming in December on Blu-ray in the UK from Tom Lee Rudder, the director himself. This is one of the guys that works at Treasured Films, actually. He is putting this out. It is a numbered slipcase with art cards limited to 250 on the art cards in the slipcase. This is a factory pressed Blu-ray, and it is going to be called The Pocket Film of Superstitions. This sounds really interesting, actually. I like stuff like this. I take this as being a short film compilation or anthology or portmanteau, whatever you want to call it, essentially. And it sounds like a lot of fun. You've got extra short films coming on the disc as well. There's post-screenings, Q&As, a bunch of stuff involving people on there. What's up, Cali Kid? Thank you for becoming a member.
Awesome.
Yeah, this looks fun. And Treasured Films does good work. Knowing how companies work, Treasured Films is likely the one producing the disc, but it's not part of the Treasured Films catalog itself. So, yeah, this looks like a fun way to release it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I actually didn't even see this announcement this week, so very cool. I'm gonna make a note of that actually, because this one sounds very up my alley.
And it's decently priced too. I just got to pay for shipping from the UK, which that's pricey.
But yeah.
A big one coming on December 9th on 4K from Sony is Awakenings from 1990. Big Robert De Niro, Robin Williams movie. And then also Penny Marshall, some big names attached to this one. Too many that we have lost too soon here with Robin and Penny Marshall.
Yeah.
Love their work entirely. We got a 4K disc here featured with Dolby Vision. Also have Atmos on the disc. Have you seen Awakenings?
I actually haven't. It screened fairly recently here, and I tried to make that and I couldn't. And that's one of those ones where I feel like at some point it'll pop up again, but this may be the way I end up watching it. I've obviously, I know people really liked it at the time when it came out, and it doesn't seem to be like a movie that it's constantly brought up in the conversation. No. But it's also not one that's considered like one to avoid.
Yeah. And this got like multiple Oscar nominations. This should be a wonderful presentation for this. And it's not a steelbook. Sony's actually putting something out in just a regular case.
Wow.
Pretty nice change of pace there. Another indie horror Scream Team releasing. You can order now. Lookout Weekend, which is Cruel Summer 4 from this year. They somehow had already made 3 of these, and this is now the 4th one. This is a kind of a fun take on this little indie genre. This one says, when a severed human hand is found at a film festival, the cast and crew of Cruel Summer film trilogy, they suddenly find themselves thrown into the middle of a real-life sequel engineered by an unhinged psychopath. Joining the original franchise cast for this late exciting chapter are genre icons Rochelle Davis, Courtney Gaines, John Dugan, Beatrice Beppel, and Santiago Cirillo. And that's really cool that they got all those people. We got a commentary on this behind-the-scenes doc. Sounds like a fun take on a little franchise that they built.
Yeah, I've actually never. This is like, for some reason, I'm always humbled where I think I've heard it all and seen it all, and then I'm like, oh, I've never even heard of this. So very cool.
Team has done some that you might have heard of, including the 1031 franchise.
Oh yes, okay.
Some anthologies, and then they did The Barn. That was a big one a couple years ago.
Wow, but still, it's like and yes, the 1031 I'm familiar with. It's just funny that I'm like, I didn't realize there was a whole they had a whole thing going on.
They at this point they have definitely released probably like 45 movies, which is a lot for an indie horror company. And they're all pressed Blu-rays. They get like signatures. They get some pretty great stuff going out there. Yeah.
Yeah, I remain humbled. That's what I say.
Indicator announced their next slate, and we are at this point we're down to like 5 more announcements, and that's it, thankfully. January 26th, we got a Blu-ray coming in the UK of Ivy from 1947, starring Joan Fontaine. This one is going to have an HD master. We got an audio commentary with Eloise Ross. We've got an in-depth appreciation of the movie by Neil Sinyard and Sam Wood. We've got, a radio adaptation of the novel starring Ann Richards, Raymond Lawrence, and Wally Marr. We've got new English subtitles, all that similar stuff that they got, and all their stuff. We got a limited booklet. This looks just great. It's Indicator doing classics.
Yeah, exactly. I was just gonna say that. Like, what else is there to say? Indicator rocks. They're always doing good shit, and this. Yeah, I'm very excited for this actually.
They, interestingly enough, went in order with their releases. We got a 1947. This one's 1948. The next one's 1949. This one is Edward G. Robinson and Burt Lancaster in All My Sons. This one is going to have an audio commentary with Glenn Kenny and Farron Smith Name. We've got a radio adaptation again on this one, a second radio adaptation on this. We got an image gallery and then a booklet. Same thing, classics. It's Indicator, no complaints.
Yep.
And then Undertow is the third one. Like I said, 1949, audio commentary with Lee Gambin, rest in peace. We've got in-depth analysis by Jose Arroyo on this one, audio presentation by Richard Dreyer, image gallery, and a booklet. They just keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Fine, like, again, just another home run.
And then they add on to it with a U.S.-only box set release called Cliff in Color, the Technicolor musicals of Cliff Richard. This covers 3 films from 1961 to 64, including The Young Ones, Summer Holiday, and Wonderful Life. Another company that is really great with the art quite often. Because
I was just going to say, this is great fucking art. I'd love this as a poster.
Yeah, and I love even the title treatment on the side of the box, getting that Technicolor art going there.
Yeah, this is awesome. I'm like, great. They rarely miss for me anyways, but I'd say like the only box set that I got from them that I didn't finish it was the Todd Slaughter one. Not for any other reason than I enjoyed it up to a point, and then I realized, I know they were quota quickies is what they were called, and so at a certain point it kind of, it is what it is. I don't know how else to articulate that, but like even then I still enjoyed what I saw, but my stamina was kind of flagging with a few of those, so I just didn't finish it. Also, there's only so much time in the world when it comes to box sets. You really gotta pick your battles.
That's true, especially in 2025 when we're getting 19 film Severin box sets.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm still working on all Hans BRs. My God.
Yep. And this again, loaded box set, extras on everything. We've got films by Sidney J. Furie. We got stuff by Peter Yates. Like, this looks wonderful if you're into the Cliff releases. I know that he was not super big in the US. He was more over in the UK. He was much more beloved. But Studio Canal won't give them the rights in the UK, so it's a US only box set. So wild, dude. I feel like that's very rare for Indicator. It is, yeah. They've only done, maybe like 8 or 10 titles that are exclusive to the US. Just a few more. We've got 2.5 Men, the complete series, coming to Blu-ray from Warner Brothers on November 11th. This is kind of an interesting choice. First off, this is a huge thing to put out. This is 12 seasons, 25-ish episodes per season, one of the longest running sitcoms ever. And it stars somebody, or now 2 people technically, that are pretty problematic in 2025.
Yep.
And here we are getting a full Blu-ray box set. That being said, if you're into 2.5 Men, this will be the way to see it. It's cheap. This whole thing is like $130 full retail, which for 12 years of a sitcom, that's not that expensive.
No, not at all. Not at all. It feels like one of those things that they probably just spit the discs out. They don't do too much work on them. But you know what? Like, it's a 3-camera sitcom, so it's not like you're not restoring from 35 millimeter or anything. Right. So just factory line it right out for the people that the 2.5 Men completists.
Well, and a lot of these had never been out on HD. So this is, for people that love the show, this is a big deal.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Then we found out that Dante's Peak finally coming back to the schedule. This is one that Kino had announced for, I believe it was supposed to come out in May, and they had to kind of quietly cancel that release ever so shortly. And it is now going to be coming out on 4K on December 16th. The rumors behind the scenes is that this was a licensing issue between this and then the Travolta film Daylight, and that one is also coming here soon. That will be released supposedly in January or February of 2026. So if you tried to get that before, I know Daylight actually started to trickle out to some people, but it was fully canceled for a little moment, and now you will be able to get both titles again.
I forgot about that, and I saw it at Amoeba for like $55. It was still sealed, and I'm like, what? And then I realized, I'm like, oh yeah, this got pulled, and there's like only a handful floating out there.
I just realized, I think I said,
you said Travolta. Yeah,
I said Travolta. I meant Stallone.
Stallone, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I was thinking Travolta. I was looking at Pierce Brosnan and said that for some reason in my mind. going to, I think this is our last one of the week. This is a big
Coming
one.
out with a bang, yeah.
Perfect Blue coming on 4K here in the US from G Kids and Shout. Now, we had talked about this last week, so I'll let you have the floor for the most part. But to me, this looks nearly identical to the UK release. Pretty much all of the stats, including the complete 117 minutes of lectures with Satoshi Kon, are coming as part of this package. The only thing that might be different is the length of the booklet looks slightly different, which that might even be a misprint. I imagine these are likely identical sets. Pricing wise, this is listed on Amazon at 100. I see it ending up closer to 70 or 80 after the price comes down.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So tell us about Perfect Blue, because you had a reaction to it.
Yeah, I just saw the movie for the first time a few years ago. I was very late to this one, and I loved it. I think it's great. Here's the thing. It's as much as the movie holds up, I think it also has some great 90s artifacts to it. I mean, Netscape Navigator is like a key plot point, which is so funny to me. But also, just the movie deals with obviously pretty icky stuff. But not icky. I don't say that derogatorily. I just mean more like it's, it just deals with things that are very thorny, and it does it in a way that I think most movies now don't have the courage to do. And I don't know how much of that is really. I think that's where you can really get the power of animation, because it's stuff that you would ask a lot for any actor to do. And so I think in this case, it's a great movie, and I'm glad I'm glad it has such a following. I know this. It's just been making the rounds at like AMC's and stuff. I don't know if it was like a Fathom event or a regular release, but either way, it's cool that the movie's just endured this much.
The new 4K is an SDR only release. I know a lot of people don't love when animation comes out in 4K and it's only SDR. However, it is getting rave reviews. The restoration supposedly looks just remarkable.
Oh, awesome. I'm of two minds with that. I kind of understand when, especially with something that's hand drawn, or it's a little tricky. But I think if you do a really great 4K SDR, I'm not upset about that. I know with Criterion that's a little, that's where I'm of two minds about it, because I know sometimes you can go, Arrow puts out a fucking 4K of the same thing in the UK with Dolby Vision, and it looks great. So obviously it can be done there, but I also understand when it's something that's maybe very old, or if it's something specific with animation, depending on what we're talking about. So I don't necessarily get worked up about it, but I think this is exciting.
Yeah, I am excited to get this. Same as you, came to this very late. I think I watched this for the first time 2023, I think it was. Loved it. And one thing that we probably should say, quite relevant in 2025. Like the idea of toxic fandoms right now is really important. There's just a lot of nastiness that is behind stories like this.
This also came out. What year was this?
97?
Yeah,
97.
So this also does some stuff that Abel Ferrara's Dangerous Game does in regards to like shooting very specifically uncomfortable things for a film. And I know that's a very hyper specific thing, but I think it's still something that's really important to address in regards to filmmaking and what people ask of their actors, especially women, to endure. And so I think that it a lot of that still holds relevancy along with the toxic fandom.
Well, right before we get into our conversation on slashers, just in case you forgot, let's talk about what is coming out next week.
And sorry, while you're doing that, just to break character for a second, I realized I fucked up. My charger didn't. I'm just going to grab my charger while you're going through this so my laptop doesn't die.
I will go very quickly for you. Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning coming out next week. Weapons 4K and Blu-ray. Fantastic Four First Steps coming out next week. We've got a standard edition of Treasures of Soviet Animation Volume 2. Or no, that's Volume 1. I believe, coming from Deaf Crocodile. Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS 4K from Kino. The Bone Collector 4K from Kino. That wonderful-looking Curse of Frankenstein 4K from Warner Archive. Curb Your Enthusiasm full complete series on Blu-ray. We've got the Jacob's Ladder 4K Steelbook shipping from Lionsgate Limited. Don't forget, the Studio Canal one is out there floating around too with, I think, much better artwork on that one, and it's way more accessible. So you got some options there. Eyes Without a Face 4K from Criterion. We've got all the Back to the Future celebration releases that they're putting out, including that big Ultimate one with the the fancy little setup and statue and everything with it. We've got that Dai Gothic Volume 2 from Radiance that we were just talking about. The Devil's Rejects 4K Steelbook coming out from Lionsgate. Alfred Hitchcock, The Ultimate Collection 4K. Looks like a wonderful release of all of those together. We've got The Racket from Warner Archive, A Summer Place from Warner Archive, School in the Crosshairs from Cult Epics, which is just an absolutely wonderful movie.
Just ordered it. I just
Nice.
literally ordered that today. I'm really stoked for it.
It is the closest of his movies to House, I think, and it's just a blast. Hider in the House, the newest Vestron video release coming from Lionsgate Limited. Malpare Twee is actually delayed. It will not be shipping next week, so don't be expecting that one. The Last Drive-In with Joe Bob Briggs. I'm very curious to see how that one does and see if they start putting out more of those on physical media. I know that they're going to have the rights to the films that they're putting on there, but I just like that they're archiving it for everybody to be able to have access to. Mutant Alien Standard from Deaf Crocodile ships next week. The Island from Eureka. SS Experiment Love Camp 4K from 88 Films, if you were into the Nazi exploitation side of things. Rafferty and the Gold Dust Stars, one that I'm getting from Warner Archive and eager for. Death Packs a Suitcase from Kino Lorber, another big one from them. Lovely to look at from Warner Archive. Knock Knock 4K from Lionsgate Limited. Body Puzzle from Raro Video. Some of those collections from Warner Archive. We've got the Judy Garland collection, the Hollywood Legends of Horror, the Betty Davis collection. Next week is a big week. There's a lot of stuff. Joan Crawford from Warner Archive as well. Any of those major titles that you've already got an eye on?
Well, I actually already watched Mad Foxes. I saw that.
Nice.
That's
Cauldron.
Yeah, I got that 4K. It's incredible. I think like we had talked about, I just picked up Dai Gothic, and it's funny, Ilsa She-Wolf. I just saw that on 35 a couple months ago. That was my first time seeing it since I first watched it. God knows when, like during sometime in the 2000s. But very interesting to watch with an audience on 35. I'll say that. I don't think I ever need to see it again. Maybe for the rest of my life. And not a knock on the movie, but more than enough for I think one lifetime. I think that's about it. It is a lot of releases. Some of them I already had picked up. I saw a few of the Severin ones there. I gotten Ferrat Vampire. I got that, and I got a couple of something else I got. I think I got one of the shark movies that they had, and So I mean, it never ends. That's the thing. It's like the Lamb Chop song. It just keeps on going. And
I didn't share it, but speaking of Severin shark movies, I got in their shark book, and I'm so eager to check this out.
Oh, that's
this
awesome.
Is the one that came with that box set, and it is just wonderful looking.
That looks huge. That looks like a way bigger book than I expected.
It's not massive, but it's decently sized. Yeah.
Right. I guess that's what I mean. Yeah. I guess huge was a bit of an oversell, but I was surprised at the size of it. Especially
when they've done like the Andy Milligan book that they did. That thing is like a coffee table for holding coffee table books.
Yes, I have a few booklets or a few books that I picked up that they're actually, it's the same problem with like the slipcover situation where I'm like, well, I don't even know where to put these. They can't be stacked even as coffee table books. I bought like these Fist Break Bricks, and I like even reading it. There's no comfortable way to read it. It's a great book. I love it, but I am like, I literally have to like put it on my lap and like put my knees up to read it.
Yeah,
it's the only way I can read it. But that doesn't look like the same size as that, but still very, very cool book. I actually, the one I'm most excited about is Night of the Sharks, because it just looks like a great programmer, like for an action movie. Anywho.
I agree. But now it is time to talk about the films within these releases, because many of the things we're going to talk about tonight have gotten boutique releases before, or maybe are being worked on. I saw at least one of the films from 96 to 2006 that we're going to be talking about. Well, not necessarily on our list, but one of the films that was eligible to be talked about tonight. I know of at least one company that's working on it. So we've got some interesting things that if you are not familiar with this era of film, there's some really interesting choices. So again, we're talking about, we're calling it late 90s era slashers, and specifically the era because that bled into the early 2000s before the torture porn and the zombies kind of took over. And that means that we got a lot of weird, almost like transitional type of films. I've really noticed that most of the stuff that I'm picking are not like they're not like trope filled. A lot of them are very specific to this era, probably would not have happened at any other point.
Yeah, I agree. And there's a couple in there that would probably be, you'd argue more like there's even one that I picked that has a supernatural element to it, but I still think it has a body count like you would it's still structured like a slasher, I would argue.
Yep.
And so that's why I included it in the list. I tried to like have this because it's this strange thing where there was no middle ground. You either had movies that were very metatextual, that were very self-referential, or it was the other way around where they were so not fussed over. Their construction was so rigid, like a typical slasher was, that it almost was like I picked one that I don't know that anyone would argue it's a good movie necessarily, but I think it just fits the slasher. It's such exactly what a slasher would be in the 80s ported into the late 90s without winking that it's doing that.
Yeah.
So I guess we can get
agree.
more into that when we list the titles, but yeah.
Any other like random patterns that you noticed in this era that you want to highlight before we go into it?
So the way the big pattern I think that changed was the 80s. The killers were all meant to have some kind of iconography to them. So there's Michael Myers, Freddy, that kind of stuff. Here, even if they, Ghostface was obviously a mask, the difference is it wasn't always the same Ghostface. There was more mystery to the killer in most of these.
Yep.
Who was doing it or why they were doing it. That wasn't always the case. There was always but a lot of times there was some kind of twist on the concept of the killer. Only once in a blue moon would it be like, usually when it was a revival project, that would be the only case where the killer was the same. I think the other pattern was that they were not as, even though the characters may have been hornballs, the nudity was a lot less common. In fact, it was actually surprising to see nudity in these. They definitely commented on that, obviously, in some of these, but most of the time that happened. And I'm trying to think if there was something else that, there was also, what was interesting about them was some of them got sequels that, and this was more what happened in the 2000s. They would get sequels. Those sequels wouldn't perform as well theatrically, and they would then become DTV movies again.
Yep.
Obviously now it'd be considered straight to streaming, but I think the big difference was back then when they went to direct to video, you could absolutely feel it in its sheen. Whereas now, because those properties became reboot sequels, obviously with Scream, ironically bought that back up. And then we got that with the new I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Yep.
And it very much was the I Know What You Did Last Summer to its Scream, you know what I mean? Like in terms of the quality. But even this I Know What You Did Last Summer was really making it a point to be incredibly self-aware. And it really tried harder to be Scream, whereas the I Know What You Did Last Summers of the 90s didn't. They were pretty classically structured slashers. And I guess, that's it for patterns. I guess that's what I noticed was the biggest patterns. A lot of it had to do with, as far as the twist with the killers too, it was trying to figure out who the killer was. The thing is, most 80s slashers and obviously giallos and stuff, you couldn't fucking guess who the killer was. Like it was always
somebody that you saw for 8 seconds.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Like funnily enough, I don't know if so. This is one that didn't make my list, so I'm comfortable with bringing this up as a good example. There was a kind of a slasher parody that Broken Lizard did, Club Dread.
Yep.
They did a great joke with this, and I actually think Club Dread's a really fun movie. But
it is.
Something they did that really great with it is they did a great job of setting up who the killer could be by making every slight that happened to the character a slow motion thing. So like a guy was just like, "Hey, do you have my weed?" He's like, "You know what? I smoked it all. Fuck you," or something like that. And then it cuts to the other guy looking at him really pissed off.
Yep.
And it does this for like a solid 5 minutes, just like with every character you meet. And I think that's so great. But that being said, a lot of the killers in these were usually one of the potential victims.
True.
like more often. Not to say that that didn't happen in the 70s and 80s, but sometimes in the 70s and 80s they would just devise, if it wasn't that, they would literally somehow devise that the main character was the killer. You know what I mean? Like obviously with Sleepaway Camp or even like some Argento movies and stuff like that, you would get this kind of and obviously Giallos are a little different, but more, a lot of times that could totally be plausible in the 80s. Whereas in the late 90s and into the early 2000s, the killer was usually someone in the group, and if it wasn't, it was someone adjacent to the group. And it kind of really made it a point to start building with who it could be within that group.
Yeah, I am quite fond of this era. Like you, I was coming of age essentially during this time, so discovering love of cult, love of horror, love of a lot of these movies, and so I really loved a lot of these. I truly had to pare down a list, and we did decide this is going to be like ranked as much as we can. Like we are saying these are the top 5 for us, and therefore like some of mine are quite mainstream. They're big. These are not going to be necessarily hidden gems that you're understanding and hearing about for the first time ever. However, I got some small ones. I think I've got one that most people have probably never seen. I think that this is especially for me an important era because it formed my taste. It formed the ability for me to see like synapses firing of the love of horror, but also being raised on like Encyclopedia Brown and the Hardy Boys and loving mystery. And literally you're watching a whodunit that if you pay attention, for many of these, you can work out who the killer is. And that is so much fun.
It is. Yeah. They mostly play fair with it. There are occasionally some that won't.
They cheat a lot.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, since these were studio financed, a lot of them also had studio input. So they would reshoot stuff. And I was always impressed that, so here's a question though. I'm just curious, do we leave Scream out of this? Like in terms of the ranking? I should have asked you this before we recorded because it's kind of hard to leave it out, but at the same time, it's kind of a given that that's almost a holy grail in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, I will be transparent. It is number 1 for me. I think
it is
kind of has
same for
to
me.
be.
Yes. Okay.
What we were talking about before we got into the discussion of the announcements and all that stuff, Scream made the rules. And if you are literally making the rules, you are setting the tone for an entire generation. And that's what set off this era. It came out in 96, which is what we're starting to talk with, is 96 to 2006. And so, yeah, I'm totally fine leaving it out. I do not mind switching up and getting one of my unmentionables listed up here because there's some really great movies that I'd love to talk about.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we keep it? Because mine was number 1. That was number 1 for me as well.
Perfect.
And so why don't we talk about 2 through 6 instead?
Cool.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I mean, I have honorable mentions too, which we can go through later. You know what I mean? So the one thing I do want to say is before Scream came along, I think the last slasher was Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers. I could be wrong about that. There may have been something in between that I'm forgetting. But when you think of franchises, because there's also, I mean, technically, if we're going to talk about that, Hellraiser Bloodline, depending on if you feel that's a slasher or not. But the point being, that's where horror was at prior to Scream coming along. Those are 2 Dimension titles that had really, really, I mean, one was an Alan Smithy film.
Yep.
The other practically was. Ironically, both involved the same director, Joe Chappelle. And they were their mythology was so off the rails that, I mean, look, is The Curse of Michael Myers a good movie? No, there's nobody that would tell you that it is. That being said, I'll watch that over. It's funny how people think that's like the bottom of the barrel for that franchise when I would argue Resurrection is, which was, so it's way more watchable for that reason. And I think Shout Factory did a great job merging all those cuts together. Yep. And by the way, the producer's cut does nothing to make that a better movie. It's actually, I would argue, more nonsensical, but because I think at least the other one ends on a more visceral note, even though it's not a good note, whereas opposed to the producer's cut, the climax includes Paul Rudd doing a runes ritual to stop Michael Myers. So, I mean, whatever Daniel Ferrans has to say about that being the superior version, it's more coherent.
Yeah.
But anyway, and obviously with Hellraiser Bloodline, there's work print cuts and stuff, and Arrow did the Lord's work with that one.
Yep.
But obviously Scream it was only a matter of time before some version of that came along, and I think New Nightmare does set that up. It's rather poetic that Wes Craven did that, back to back. But I do think Scream is the improved version of, even as much as I like New Nightmare, I think Scream obviously is in conversation with itself a little differently, because it's not about the studio system. It's about just the actual structure of slashers. And it's fitting that we talk about, and this will kind of give away one of my picks, but in an honorable mention, but Scream was Christmas of 2006, and I think the slasher wave actually ended December of 2006. I actually think that was the last one. So, and I'll talk about that more in a bit. So I don't know how you want to kick this off. If you want to go honorable mentions first.
We'll do that after to keep some mystique on the picks.
Oh, okay.
Before we go into it, I do want to recommend one thing. I don't know if you've or if you're much of a reader or anything, but I will say to everybody out there, if you like the discussion on these, highly recommend a fairly recently released book called Screaming and Conjuring by Clark Collis, that is covering most of like early 2000s. It's not necessarily end of the 90s, but Clark Collis is the same one that did You've Got Red on You, the Shaun of the Dead book, like 3 years ago or 4 years ago. And this book is remarkable. I mean, some of the behind the scenes stories of these are great. It's not just slashers, but it's literally like 2000s all the way up through The Conjuring, I believe is about when it ends. It covers a little more than just this era, and it covers more than slashers, but it covers a lot of what we're going to be talking tonight, theoretically.
Awesome. I that's great, because I actually had never heard of this book, so I'm really excited about that. The other book that a lot of people can also read, I believe it was self-published. It's called The 1990s Teen Horror Cycle: Final Girls and a New Hollywood Formula. Is written by Alexandra West. It's I read it a few years ago. Back when I first ever, it was, I think, the first thing I ever read on a Kindle, because I literally couldn't find the book anywhere. I was like actually, I read this book a while back, whenever it first, pretty close to when it first got published, because I just remember that's literally the only way I could find to read it. I had to read it on a Kindle, but it's pretty available now on like Amazon and stuff. So, and again, I'm not sure. I think it was self-published. That may have been the reason why, but it does hit a lot of this, it actually covers specifically this exact boom, and some of the stuff we've talked about, if I remember correctly, came from that.
Yeah, two really great options there. I'm glad that we got those both shouted out. So let's start with your number 5.
So, well, I'm going to jump it back to number 6.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? I made it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pick one. I have to pick one of the honorable mentions then. I just realized that. So, the one I'll go with. This is good. Okay. I'm going to pick. You know what? I'm going to pick a choice that I'm going to say Cherry Falls.
Okay.
And here's why. I think that I want to rescind it now, but you know what? I picked it, so it's out there. Here's why I picked that. I think that now, if people don't know the history of this movie, Cherry Falls was made, I want to say, independently. It was directed by Jeffrey, the director of Romper Stomper. I'm forgetting his last name, but
Jeffrey Wright.
Jeffrey Wright, thank you. And so this film was made, like, I believe 2 years, but it stars Brittany Murphy. It is just on the fucking log line alone. It's such a great idea. It is about a killer who is knocking off all the virgins in town in high school. And so obviously with guys, they're not able to confirm who's a virgin, but it even opens with a rare, where the slasher, the actual, I believe, the top billed person, because usually these cold opens, sometimes they kind of took a page from the Drew Barrymore thing, and I believe Jesse Bradford was the cold open scene. I'm sorry if that's a spoiler. I don't think it is. It's pretty obvious when you see the credits, but so all the kids in town basically plan a huge orgy. Unfortunately, when the movie was picked up, it was picked up by USA Films and it premiered straight to cable, which is strange. You would have think it would have gone straight to HBO. I think just because this was a fairly conservative, like this happens every couple of years where I feel like for as much progress that gets made in films, this kind of like conservatism comes back around, conservatism comes back around. And I think people were a little skittish with the MPAA because the violence wasn't the problem. It was the sex, particularly during this period. And so it's a shame, but in 2019, right before COVID, this actually showed on 35 as part of that New Bev marathon. It didn't look uncut. It looked like roughly the same version, but I think it really still gets a lot right with its concept enough. There's parts where you can tell the corners were cut for the TV movie, but nonetheless, this I just think it's a really fun, clever movie. It's far from perfect, and even the ones in my honorable mentions, I would say as far as like overall films are probably better films, but this top 5 is kind of a combination of like obviously my personal favorites, but I think things that are worth notable. So I think that's why it's at number 6 for me.
It's a good choice. In fact, it's so good, I'll talk about it in a few minutes. It is a wonderfully made film, and I cannot wait to share because it's one that I love. My number 6 then is another one that's tied to Australia, and that is 1998's Urban Legend. This was brought up in the chat by Paul already. Good shout out, Paul. Directed kind of wonderfully by Jamie Blanks, who I think is one of the more underrated individuals that should have gotten a much better chance than he did. He really has only done a few titles that he's even known for at this point. Super underrated with Storm Warning. Everybody needs to go see Storm Warning if you haven't. But obviously, most people know Urban Legend and Valentine. He did the Long Weekend remake. He's done great stuff. He knows how to build a movie, literally. But Urban Legend, I truly love this movie at the beginning because I have always been a big fan of Alicia Witt. I think Rebecca Greyhart is great in this. I think that having this cast, I mean, even Tara Reid was huge at this time. And then Joshua Jackson with all the Dawson's Creek love at that time. You were going to capture lightning in a bottle, even if everybody here was awful. And turns out they're good playing young teens because that's essentially what they're doing. I think the story itself is fun. I think going into the idea of urban legends finding a way to take people out and the random things that are already sticking with people is a smart way just to build a horror movie because, you know, the classic, like, oh, we drove away and the hook was hanging from the car door. Like, you get that in this movie. You get certain things that, like, oh, how have I known about this since I was 8 years old? And that's just kind of part of my zeitgeist. And now it's in this movie. And I really think because of that, it's an intriguing, logical, smart way to make a movie have a legacy. And then after that, it's low on the list because it really has that Scream, I Know What You Did Last Summer sheen that is just a little too shiny and not rough around the edges. But I think this one is very, very fun.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, the only reason it's not in my top list is, like I said, the variety for me, like what I kind of wanted to put together for where it's like things that were personal, more, you know, I'm trying to get as much personal as I can, but also this has, you're not kidding when you say Rebecca Gayheart, what a performance, because it's very low key and then it becomes, she is like frothing at the mouth by the time. At one point, she literally just says, I just never forget this. She says to Alicia Witt, she just goes, "Lucky for you, Miss Dang." And nobody, let me tell you, I've seen that in at it screens like in a repertory capacity every 4 or 5 years. Every time it screens, that line fucking destroys. It's just so great. And yeah, I mean, it's funny. Yeah, Tara Reid was very like, has a smaller role in this, but is really good in it. Michael Rosenbaum, who went on to do like Smallville and now has this like big, I know he has like a big podcast, and he he has a small role in it. And Joshua Jackson, Dawson's Creek. Here's a great example of what we were talking about, where it's very metatextual in the sense that, at one point they are, Joshua Jackson's in the car with Alicia Witt. He turns on the radio and the Dawson's Creek theme plays, and he's like,
Yep.
"Oh God, that song!" And at one point, someone says, "Oh yeah, next thing you're going to say is that was the Noxzema girl," referring to Rebecca Gayheart being the Noxzema girl at the time. So even though this movie is playing supposedly in its own world, it still is doing, obviously Robert Englund's in it, and
Brad
it's just
Dourif, Danielle
Brad Dourif,
Harris, so many names.
Exactly. Oh man, and Danielle Harris plays a goth girl who's in a chat room that's looking for other goths, and this guy is like, "Hey, I think we're on the same dark paths," and she's like, "Ooh," very, very, very funny. Just great things that, again, an equal part of its being a product of its time while also just being a lot of fun. Yeah, I saw this. I had to see this at the. I missed it in its initial run, which was very rare for me at this age because I went to the movies a lot. I had to go see this at the Dollar Theater the next month after it came out.
Dollar Theaters, the good old.
I know. R.I.P.
All right, number 5 on your list, and
Okay.
I didn't want to say his name, but I do think that the weekend Tron Ares coming out. I think it's hilarious that we both just glossed over the other actor in this movie.
I know. Well, you don't need. He's also the weakest performance in it.
He is, yeah. He's pointless in this movie.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the one that I had referred to that I think people would argue it's not a slasher, but I think it's structured as one, which is House on Haunted Hill.
Good time.
Yeah, it's the best of the Dark Castle. For people who don't know, Robert Zemeckis was producing these movies called Dark Castle, which were remakes of William Castle films. And they got the at the time what was known as like the MTVification of it. They were these super stylized remakes. And this one was directed by William Malone, probably his biggest profile release. Even his follow-up, Fear.com, I don't think that was very much dumped by the studio.
Hated.
Yeah. But this was this was his most successful film as well. It opened at number 1, I believe. Modest. I think it was like a $15 million opening, but it did very, it had a nice big opening for what it was. And for people who don't know, just to tie it to Punk Vacation, William Malone had quite a few Vinegar Syndrome releases. Scared to Death and Creature being the two, but he I think he directed the hell out of this. It is, and again, the reason I say it's kind of a slasher is it's really structured with these characters. There's a body count, and they're kind of picked off very similarly to like what a slasher would be. Obviously, but it also has some pretty big names. I mean, Jeffrey Rush is in it, Famke Janssen, Peter, oh my God,
Gallagher.
the guy, Gallagher, thank you. Taye Diggs, Ali Larter, who would be in another slasher, Final Destination, just a few months later. An actual more, but that's my argument. That's also a supernatural slasher. So I think that's why this kind of fits the criteria, but it just has some really creative deaths. It's genuinely like the effects, even though it has some fairly late 90s CG, I think it's actually fairly effective, and the gore is actually very effective in this. I mean, there's a scene where like Ali Larter sticks her hands in like a vat of blood that's really icky, and I think it's actually like effectively creepy in certain parts, and like there's a scene where Jeffrey Rush goes to like, he turns a technician, he's like, "Hey, what the fuck," and turns the guy around, and the guy's missing his whole face. And it looks very cool. It has a really effective cold opening, and just has this great feel to it. I think if I remember correctly, Lisa Loeb has a cameo in it.
She does.
Just really, I just think it's a lot of fun, and it just has this great combination of like being a slasher while being legitimately scary at times, or creepy, I should say, and just really genuinely, I think William Malone, his 80s. Bringing in his like practical effects work, I think really it shines here.
Speaking of the 80s, another big like metatextual cameo we should bring up. Jeffrey Combs is in this one as well.
That's right. Yeah, Jeffrey Combs is the main villain, so to speak, of the at least on a supernatural level.
Yeah, and then Chris Kattan obviously has a big part of this movie. That
yes,
Oh boy, Chris Kattan.
Yeah.
uh,
Hey, you know what I'll say is I worked with Chris Kattan on something early. It was one of my first stand-up gigs where I did a show with him, and it couldn't have been nicer. I will just
I've
say
heard
that.
he's amazing in person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, very, very nice guy. But yeah, but the fact is, he showed up in this and he did a great job. I don't think there was anything. This was right after Night at the Roxbury. His career, he was still on SNL. So, all
yep.
things considered, I think everybody who's in this totally brings their A game.
I agree. Not much else to add. I will say the iconic like LA iconography of the house at the beginning of this is
Yep.
super fun to see.
Mhm.
I think the overall tone of this it kind of brings back that like poltergeist feel almost, where it's like the Spielbergian Amblin family transition to like young adulthood type of movie, which I like. I appreciate that. I think this movie is well structured. I think it's a pretty decent remake, and I feel like this is one of the best cast of these that we can say. It's everybody plays their part very very well.
Oh, and we left out, yeah, Bridget Wilson Sampras, who I don't even think
Yeah,
acts
yeah.
anymore, but she's Sonya Blade in Mortal Kombat. But at the time, also one of the most effective death scenes in the movie. I'm sorry to spoil it, but I just have to say she has a really creepy scene
Yep.
with a video camera that is incredible. And then when they find the footage, also very scary stuff, like relative to the movie.
That is true. My number 5. I am jumping much later. My first one being a '90s one. I'm going all the way to the last year of eligibility with the 2006 movie, and this is one. Nowadays, I feel like every single horror movie that we're getting is getting studio notes that says you need to give everybody a backstory, and for the most part, I hate that shit. I
I do
think
too.
that
Yeah.
it's a waste of time. It's exposition that makes it less scary because we take that shroud of mystery away and suddenly, oh well, then that's pointless. We don't need to hear about that. That being said, a remake of one of the most iconic slashers of all time with 2006's Black Christmas
Yes.
is one of my favorite movies ever of this decade. It is such a wonderful retelling of the story, and the way that they take Bob from being just this creepy ass dude that's hiding in the attic to giving him this weird fucking backstory that we make it more compelling because the first movie is its own thing. We're not
Right.
really doing a remake. We're doing a very different imagining within the same sort of framework and building something so new. Bob is absolutely unhinged in this movie. I mean, the visuals, the scene in the fucking wall is wild.
Yeah.
The
Yep.
cast in this, Mary Elizabeth Winstead being my standout. I think that this movie solidifies some of these people, including, of course, Michelle Trachtenberg, rest in peace. Lacey Chabert, like we got a young Oliver Hudson in this.
Yeah.
Andrea Martin, a lot of these, they just said, let's cast as many pretty people as we can. And a lot of the time it worked with what they were going for.
It's funny because like I think and David Cassidy's daughter, Katie Cassidy, is the lead, who went on to, I believe, do Arrow was her big thing. But like yeah, it's you're right. It's well, and I also think I don't know how much of that can exist anymore. Like that's how casting used to work. Like you
Yep.
used to be able to mix in things like that. And yes, I totally adore this movie. I agree. I saw this on a whim. So when this came out, it it didn't do super well, but it was in its kind of like last week. I think it was one of those where it was down to like one showtime a day kind of thing when it was
Right.
showing. And so we went, and there was like maybe 15 of us in the theater tops. And I remember we went in like just because we had nothing else to do. And man, we had a blast. We ended up like the whole theater was like clapping at all the parts, and like because it's so appropriately like gnarly for a slasher in ways I didn't expect. Like the way it deals with the bag over the head and just that was, I thought, was awesome. The way
Yep.
it was, how that was ported into this film. Yeah, very glad you picked this one. It didn't make my top 5, or even my top 6, but it would have. It was very very close. For that same reason, it's just it's not reconstructing anything. It's just really meat and potatoes in kind of the ideal way. And by the way, given that the most recent Black Christmas, I think helped make this one get its proper due.
I agree. And the other thing that would help, a lot of what we're talking about tonight, like I said, has had boutique releases. And yes, even Black Xmas has had a pretty nice German media book release, but that's it. There's no US Blu-ray release of this. So putting it out in the ether for like the 82nd time, Scream Factory, Vinegar Syndrome, it won't be VS, but somebody give us a wonderful 4K with HDR release, because the Christmas lights in this movie, my God, are begging to shine on an OLED, like properly black room with the lights screaming in your eyes. I cannot wait to see this done right.
Well, that was Dimension, right? So I think most of that went to Paramount. So
It
fingers
did,
crossed it somehow maybe it'll make it in one of those like scares box set or something. That's what I have a feeling.
Totally into it.
Yep.
All right, number 4.
Number 4. Okay. So this one is gonna be a bit of a I think people would be surprised that I'd put this one on here, but I'm just going to say the title first, and then I'll explain why, rather than set it up. I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. And not I Know, I Still Know, and here's why. It is inarguably, I don't think you could really mount a defense for this being a legitimately good movie, but I think it is what I brought up earlier. It's an 80s slasher, but in 1998, with no intention of winking that it's an 80s slasher. It is literally just made as one, meaning it kind of takes what Randy talks about in Scream 2. And again, I left Scream 2 out because I think realistically, if you were to make this list, it would be right behind Scream, I think, because I think Scream 2 actually is a fantastic sequel. But I think what he explains is the body count's higher. The thing is, the original I Know What You Did Last Summer, I do think is a fun movie, but it actually tries to grapple with its situation for the first half hour, maybe even 45 minutes before just becoming a slasher.
Yep.
To the point that they actually had to reshoot that scene where Johnny Galecki gets killed. That was originally not in the script. It was just so you could actually sense real danger, which in retrospect, if they really knew what they were doing and they weren't scared of losing the audience, I think that would have built that tension a little better if they left that out.
Probably.
But whatever. But that's where you start getting those hints of that stupidity, because at one point you see Galecki's body with crabs crawling in the trunk of the car, and somehow the killer took a net and got all those crabs out of there. And it completely kind of betrays that movie. And I think this one, it deals with very stupid characters doing very stupid things with an incredible body count, and it just has every trope under the sun. So every honorable mention that I mentioned probably is better than this movie, but I have such a soft spot in my heart for it because it's so delightfully stupid. Like the characters obviously guessed the wrong capital at the beginning of the movie to win the radio prize. So for people who haven't seen this movie, on the off chance, they win a trip to the Bahamas by guessing the capital of Brazil as Rio de Janeiro, and the answer is obviously Brasilia. I saw this with my mother, by the way, because I was 13. We used to do a Thanksgiving tradition where we would go watch something that we would both like a family film. And then we would afterwards then sneak into, because we used to sneak into movies as poor people. And this was a normal thing though back then. And we would sneak into typically a horror movie or something. And so she would let me pick that. And so I picked I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. And when they said, can you guess the capital of, and my mother's from Argentina, she leaned over, she goes, Brasilia. I already knew that. And they guessed Rio. So she's like, well, obviously they're being set up. It was just so funny to watch her be so invested in this. So I think also part of it is a nostalgia factor for me that brings this in. But yeah, I mean, you have Jack Black playing a white guy dressed as a Rastafarian weed dealer. Jeffrey Combs also in this
2 in a
one.
row.
Yep. Bill Cobbs shows up for a little bit. Yep. Jennifer Esposito, before she was famous. Obviously, Brandy is being cast in this, and Mekhi Phifer. I mean, it's just John Hawkes has a small part.
Hawkes, yeah.
Freddie Prinze Jr.'s best pal in the docs. And I mean, I don't think I'm leaving anyone else out as far as notable actors, but it's just, I don't know. I just think it's a lot of fun, and it's a great way to put a small group of people in a whole island trying to survive. It brings them during hurricane season. So yeah, just a really, really fun. I mean, it's okay to spoil the film, obviously. So
Yeah,
I'll just say has one of the best pieces of bad writing I've ever seen in my life, which is the character from the original survives because, of course, he just got his hand lopped off. There's never at any point that it even hints in the original that he could have possibly died in the water,
Right.
just other than possibly getting hypothermia. But he comes back, and the person helping him is his son, and it's a character that his real name, it doesn't matter because during the movie he's going by the name Will Benson, and the way he comes up with the last name Benson is he goes Ben's son, and when he reveals that to her, he goes, "Don't you get it, Ben's son?" As if anybody's just sitting around going, this Benson last name, it's not sitting. Something's off about it, and it can't, you know what I mean. And then eventually, like somewhere else, someone sees Ben, and then the word son, and they're like, "Wait, oh my god!" Like
Light
we were
bulb.
talking, right? We were talking about how most of these movies play fair. This one doesn't. Why would it? So super duper fun with its stupidity. It's the only one on this list that I don't think, like I said, I could actually pull it out and all my honorable mentions totally surpass it, but it's on my list for obviously very personal and reasons.
Yeah, not on my list. I think the best thing this has going forward is it's not the worst in the franchise. So that's nice.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot to say about the movie. I think there's some scenes that are quite fun. Obviously, the writing has more plot holes than probably any of these other movies we're going to be talking about. But Jack Black is hilarious, and Brandy is nice to look at. And did you see the quasi remake or legacy sequel this year?
Yes, I was not a fan of it.
I was about to say, how do you feel about the end of the movie tying into this one?
The big problem I have with the movie is it's trying to have its cake and eat it too with its reboot sequel thing. It's trying to be this very like nostalgia stupid. We have to deconstruct it, and then it immediately follows it up with the most MCU level reference. Not only with a specific credit cookie, but literally right after one character says nostalgia is overrated, she then says an iconic line from the first movie.
Yep.
As a means of being like getting a clap from the audience. So, and look, this was directed by someone who co-wrote Thor: Love and Thunder. So obviously their brain is probably tying that all together in that same way. Yeah, exactly. So, it is, I mean, they got to make a movie and they got paid for it. So I guess there's that. But yeah, I don't know. This felt, and from my understanding also, there's a key character and how their death is dealt with at the end was reshot, and you can absolutely tell. It's a little bit of a bummer, but I wish I could say that I enjoyed it, but I didn't. I actually think I would sooner revisit that direct-to-video one, which is not a good movie.
Yeah, I would agree there probably.
But I think this movie, I think it, when you said you're like, it's not the worst one, I'm like, it's also not the second worst one.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, I again, you can even mount a defense that the first one's actually a better film. It obviously has a more stronger emotional component, but because like, for example, in the first film, Sarah Michelle Gellar's character actually, I think is a very relatively likable character, even though she makes a few choices with that kind of fall more in line with Brian Phillippe's character. It's just, I just, like I said, it's for me, it's a combination of like, obviously a nostalgia factor, but I just like how unabashedly stupid it is. Like, it just really, it has such an awesome body count and it just has such awesome stupidity to it that I admire it on that level. And like I said, you can't make any argument that it even when we do this entire list, it's probably the dumbest of even with the honorable mentions.
Probably true. I see why you picked it though, so that's interesting. I'm not going to talk a whole lot about my next one. It is Cherry Falls. You've already brought it up, so
cool.
Cherry Falls. I think the only thing that I'll say is really leaning to the fact that this is one of the more unique ideas that is going to be on these lists tonight. Probably, I think it's pretty impeccably written. I think it was just neutered for what it could have been.
Right.
I think Brittany Murphy is a gift in this movie. She is so much better than most of the other people around her. I think that she had such a bright future, which is why it's more depressing that she's gone so early. Pretty much everything that she did is magic. And I mean, another one of my favorite movies. I'm looking at a copy of Clueless right now, and
I love that
her
movie.
work in that is incredible. Yeah, Cherry Falls is well made. It's well shot. It's just, it was way too. I mean, it should have been super rough around the edges, and instead, it just wasn't. It fell victim to about 5 different things, and based on that, we got something a little more by the numbers than it should have been, especially with the unique idea it was.
I agree. I wish this is one of those things where I wish that if Vinegar Syndrome did like a reconstruction of whatever was supposed to
Yes.
be, I feel like that's dying to be made here. Now, I don't, like I said, the print I even saw, it was a British print, but it appears to be the same cut that USA Films put out. So I don't know if there's even a way to reconstruct that with negatives. I don't know how that works. Because I mean, that movie, here's, I don't know how online you were during that time, but do you remember Dark Horizons?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was on there a lot. I love that site. And I remember they would allow people who went to like test screenings, they would submit reviews on there. And that movie was like almost 2 years in the making, I think, if not maybe a year. But I mean, it played festivals. Like there were different versions that were seen across the board many, many times. So I do feel like it exists. So fingers crossed at some point that happens.
Yeah. Good movie. Check it out if you haven't. Nice release from Scream Factory.
All right. Next up, so we're down to, this would be my number 3 pick. Yeah. Yes. Okay. This was a tough one for me between 3 and 2. It mostly just came down to what it meant to me personally when I saw them back then to now. So my number 3 is Bride of Chucky.
I love this movie.
I think it's actually the best Child's Play movie.
Same.
I do think it's the movie that the franchise was working towards, because I mean, look, the original's great. It is great because it's a movie that at the time, if you think about it in terms of like, you don't know what you're getting into when you're seeing the movie, it obviously plays with the audience very well. When the first time when she sees those batteries aren't in there, you just can't beat that.
Yep.
Part 2, obviously, it has some padding, but I mean, I think it has a hell of a finale. I think part 2 has probably the best sequence in the franchise with that in the toy factory. And then obviously part 3 is not without its problems, without quite a bit of problems. But I think part 4 was like the perfect synthesis of giving you a body count, but also giving you the humor of what Chucky would be like. And it has a great new metal soundtrack to it, but there's like some great kills in it. And it really takes the premise of The Bride of Chucky so well. And Jennifer Tilly's voice, truly, if you're going to find someone to match Brad's voice, who else? That is truly the most perfect voice for it. So I mean, it works on so many levels. And again, all of these movies, like just seem to have some kind of comedian cameo. Even Cherry Falls had Jay Moore.
Yep.
This has, unfortunately passed away, but we have playing, I mean, actually before we even get to him, like it also has his son, or no, I'm sorry, not his son. Jeez, I confused that with a different movie. Sorry. John Ritter is the person we're thinking of. I don't know why I thought it wasn't Jason Ritter. Not at all. But what's her name from Knocked Up plays the lead.
Katherine Heigl.
Katherine Heigl. Thank you. I knew it was Katherine. I was blanking on Heigl. But it just, it just has this great, it doesn't misstep. That's basically what I'm getting at. Just the whole way. But John Ritter has a great death scene. And then Katherine Heigl's best friend has this really incredible one with a semi truck. But just all along the way, and Ronnie Yu directs the hell out of it. He does a great job. It just has the perfect amount of style, but also giving you kind of what you came for like a late 90s movie. So
yeah, this is a great choice. I think this is the best Child's Play movie by a long shot. I think part 2 is probably the closest after this to me, but it's still at least a couple notches below Bride of Chucky. I think that the ensemble is really what makes it here. Again, the synthesis of bringing the perfect counterpart to Chucky is what makes this movie so good. And it's because it's the first iteration, there's not really the sandbox of we have to live by these weird attitude tropes that they get into with the last couple films in the franchise. Right. and so they're just sort of it feels a little more off the cuff and organic in the way that they're building at the moment, and they haven't like been deteriorating together and everything else that happens to them. So I like this movie. I think it's a blast. It holds up very well. The humor is great. The practical effects are magnificent in this movie. This is great. Next one. My number 3. So like I said, same with you. I was struggling to go with 2 or 3 based on kind of how I was feeling in the moment. And this is probably my most obscure pick here. Although oddly, both of my last 2 films are both from 2006, which means I had 3 out of my 5 that aren't Scream in 2006, which is a pretty good year then. So my obscure pick is 2006's Cold Prey. Have you seen Cold Prey?
No, I have heard of it though. So let's get into it. Yeah, please. Now, the fact that it's this high on your list, even without you telling me anything, now I have to watch it.
So Cold Prey is a Norwegian film by an abandoned ski lodge. And it's one of those, we've got an actor that's a part of this ensemble. He gets hurt and they have to take care of him. And they go up to this abandoned ski lodge. And of course, things happen and they realize they're not alone. I'm not going to go into a lot of spoilers because I feel like this is one ripe for rediscovery. It does show up on streaming every once in a while. I think it was a few months ago, it was on Shudder for maybe a month, maybe 2 months, something like that. Not for a long time, but if you get a chance, everybody should watch this one. There's actually a trilogy of Cold Prey films. There are 3 Cold Prey films, and it is just wonderfully made. I really enjoy snow slashers. I feel like it brings this very specific, like the situation feels more dire. If somebody gets hurt, you have the chance to literally be buried in snow and never be found again and die of hypothermia. You have the chance to be abandoned in a way that if it's just somebody chasing you through the woods, hey, you still have the chance to get up and find help in some other way. But if it's literally frigid outside and you're in the middle of the mountains up by a place where nobody is living, dude, you're fucked. Like, there is no way out of this situation. And so just starting the movie, it is cold, like literally cold, but also it's cold in the way of no matter what, you are in the worst shape of your life the moment something goes wrong. And so it is just the highest of stakes possible. That is like this under the surface bubbling tension always. And I just love how they crafted this movie. I think all 3 are really great. The first one is the best, but really by a narrow margin. I think all 3 are very, very strong. I think they're worth watching all 3 back to back. I like, this is one that is just crying out for a boutique release. Give us, because I don't think there's been an English friendly HD release of there might have been an English friendly release of the first one, and it might have only been DVD. I'm not sure, but all 3 are worth watching.
That's awesome. Okay, great. I'm so glad because I didn't do any, like, I didn't have any real discoveries for me, like in that sense, because I feel like the ones that, even the more low key ones, I don't know, there's always something where there's not enough for me to recommend there. So this is great. But I think it's also because you ventured outside the US, which is where those gems are waiting to be rediscovered, because like anything, no matter where it's from, if it's not a US based thing, it's not often those slashers kind of crossed over.
Right.
You know, I mean, I think the only, like, back then, the horror movies that were kind of crossing over were the ones that could find some kind of critical clout. You know, Del Toro's stuff before he got Blade 2. And I think what's her name from Run Lola Run? She was in a horror movie called Anatomy, I remember. But I don't even know if that really was a slasher. I saw it, I just can't remember anything about it. But yeah, very cool. Okay, awesome. I am adding that to my list as we speak.
Wonderful.
All right.
Number 2 before Scream.
All right, let me just write that down. Okay, so this one, people may argue also, they may not consider it a slasher, but I will argue why it is. It's a sci-fi body count film of sorts. It is 1998's The Faculty.
Love this movie.
Yes. Here's why I will argue that it's a slasher. It is structured the same way. It's got a group of high school students. It's got a body count. They're being picked off one by one. The only difference is they're being assimilated. and it obviously Kevin Williamson was involved. It wasn't his script originally. It was written by two other guys. They just got a story credit here. Apparently, they had said, I actually watched them. They introduced the movie like 10 years ago at a screening, and they had said that originally the teachers get defeated by rock music because this was written like 10 years before it actually got like this. Apparently, had been sitting on the desk for a long time before it actually got made. And funnily enough, it is. I may have talked about this on Punk Vacation because I'm having a little bit of deja vu about this, but it's like the one movie Robert Rodriguez doesn't really like. He always, especially during the DVD boom, loved stacking special features on his discs where he would do commentaries, 10-minute film schools, 10-minute cooking schools, like all this stuff. And with this one, he, when the Faculty got a DVD release, it was bare bones. I know Shout Factory, I believe, said in like the Blu-ray forums or something that they contacted him and he pretty much just gave him the blessings on the transfer, but didn't really want anything to do with it. So it sounds like this movie was a one for them. And which is crazy because also when this movie came out, it had a huge ad campaign. I don't know if people remember this, but it had a brand partnership with Tommy Hilfiger, and Tommy Hilfiger made these commercials promoting the movie, also with like cast members that were cut because the commercials had a lot of deleted scenes in them. But there was like Rashida Jones's younger sister. I'm blanking on her name. She was actually, I believe, dating Tupac Shakur when he was murdered. But she's in this movie and got completely cut out. So it's not, this movie had a lot of different things going on before the final cut, but it had like a soundtrack that was like very heavily promoted with like a super group called Class of 99. And they did another Brick in the Wall cover. The lead singer was from Alice in Chains, and I believe Tom Morello was the guitarist. I have the soundtrack. It's a great soundtrack. And yeah, but it just also has a stacked cast. I mean, again, the thing you just can't do anymore with like the teenagers were all up and comers. Josh Hartnett was fresh off H2O. Sean Hatosi, Jordana Brewster, Usher. This was like his big screen debut, and he would follow it up a month later with She's All That. This was a Christmas '98 release. I saw it opening day with my best friend Sydney. And while my mom went and saw Shakespeare in Love, she was like a few theaters down. And yeah, just I don't know. It's super fun. It's so well made. It just again, it's the thing where it's like I could praise everything about it, but also I can't find anything to knock about it.
Right. I adore this movie, and we didn't even mention any of the adult character actors here. Robert Patrick,
Piper Laurie,
Bebe Neuwirth,
Daniel
Jon
Von
Stewart.
Bargen, who's like a Jon Stewart, Daniel Von Bargen, I believe, who is a character actor. People seen him in a lot of stuff. Salma Hayek.
Yep.
Christopher McDonald.
Yep.
And we didn't mention Elijah Wood is technically the lead.
He's great. Yeah. He's so weird that he's the lead in this. This is like peak Josh Hartnett. Everything about this I love. It's not on my list because I don't think of it as a slasher. It's certainly, it's you can't argue. It is definitely set up like a slasher, and every single piece of the structure is made to feed into that for sure. But God, I love this movie. I love Robert Rodriguez. His style in this is palpable. Yeah, this is a good movie. If you have not seen it somehow, you need to watch it because it is absolutely worth your time.
And the 4K is immaculate. It looks great. And there's one other thing I was going to say was that what's funny about the movie is all the high schoolers obviously look like adults for the most part, but they look more like 19, 20-year-olds.
Yeah.
But funnily enough, somehow Elijah Wood looks like a middle schooler.
He does. He looks so young compared to everybody else.
It's such a strange thing, to watch. Like you don't believe any of these people are seniors, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
So that's really and also another Famke Janssen. Famke Janssen's in this, so just great. Glad you love the movie too, though.
Funny enough, to go back to what I said about that book, Screaming and Conjuring, Clark goes into detail about how much of this era, which really kind of started in this late 90s, like we're talking about, there's a lot of like Nepo baby, but like incestuous hiring across many of these productions. So there's some of these people, they'll work together for the next 5 films, and you just realize God, like I love all these movies, but it's the same 4 people in front of the camera and the same like 19 people behind the camera, and it's not the same films whatsoever. It's just it happened to be these patterns that were happening, and it
Right.
happened to a lot at that time.
The only commonality were the distributors. They were either Dimension Films or Sony Films. It feels like
Yep.
it was Columbia and Dimension were doing the most heavy lifting with these. And once in a while, another studio would wade into these waters, and then it would flop, and then they would back off. But most of these are Sony and Miramax related for the most part. Yeah. All right. What do you got? Let's hear your. Very excited to hear what the two conflicting movies were.
So another one, 2006, and for many people, this is probably closer to my I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, because this is one that hits home for me, that is sleazy, it's funny, it hits a lot of my sensibilities, but I know a lot of people hate the hell out of this movie. I love the entire team that always works together on certain things behind the camera, in front of the camera, whatsoever. I love Adam Green, and so I have to go with Hatchet. Joel David Moore is hilarious in this as like the normal dude. What they bring with Kane Hodder playing this fucking crazy monster as the villain in this is wild. The practical effects that they do are over the top in the perfect melding of like 80s almost torture porn kind of way in some of these, because they're very over the top, but it's still like it's like a volcano of blood when it doesn't need to be. And it's the perfect, like when we're cutting off a head, it is cartoonish, but then gory beyond belief in the way that you're not expecting. The setting of the swamps in New Orleans is, I think, a very unique take on this, and I think was perfect to get a new iconic character, which really harkens back to what they were doing in the 80s, because Victor Crowley is that, like, we're going to build a franchise off of him, that many of these others that we've talked about didn't have that sort of like gravitas of a villain with the capital V. It was like, we're going to put a different person in the mask every time, or this person is wearing the parka every time, or whatever. And so you couldn't keep riding that wave. And this really started that. And it is the same, like, horny teens going somewhere where they shouldn't be. It's the same sort of, like, it's got these urban legend tales of this story that has a backstory here. You've got a lot of comedy baked into it, which is what this era really thrived on for a lot of these movies. And I just love Hatchet. I think that this is one of the better franchises that's happened since the 2000s. That's not something as iconic as like Saw or Paranormal Activity that had a very different feeling, because it's a slasher franchise is very different than like a Saw. You can't have the same conceit there. It literally is just a villain telling the same story in a different way. And I think Hatchet does it well, and I'm a big fan of this. I've loved 3 out of the 4 movies, and I think Adam Green, for some reason, it just hits me. It's great. Like Frozen from 2010 is one that I champion to a lot of people, because it is the same thing. I love Cold Hell type of movies, and with Cold Prey, Frozen is just one that delivers. It's something that's
Frozen's
terrifying.
Super. Yeah, it has 2 particular things that actually made me wince, which is the frostbite on the rail, and just when he jumps off the
leg break.
when he lands. Yeah, you can't beat a good leg break. It's like when an arm gets whenever anything goes in the opposite direction where it's not supposed to go on a joint, you're always going to get a ooh from me. But I will admit I don't hate this movie. I guess I'm neutral on it. I thought it was fine. I do remember the one thing I did like about it a lot was the ending, though. I love that false where it cuts to, you see what really happens when she reaches for the arm, and where it chooses to cut to black is fantastic. If I remember correctly, the second movie opens right from that too, right? It
does, yeah.
That's great. Okay, beautiful tie in there. That's I think that's great that it's the same thing for you. It's a good personal pick. You're right. I was actually surprised how much 2006 in a good way. I'm glad we made that the cutoff year, because I do think that is, I think in 2007, that's when Saw was here to stay, and all its, it's the Hostel sequels and all that stuff was kind of popping up. So I don't think, even if there was a slasher at that point, it was such a terrible last gasp of it.
I think it was the big thing that I noticed after this, which I was going to bring up when we were talking about Scream, though, is that 2006 we left slashers and went to found footage, and I
Yes.
feel like the timing there was finally enough time from Blair Witch where everybody was like, okay, well now I feel like I can try it,
Oh
and
yeah.
it wasn't like we're living in that shadow, and then everybody started to try it, and so you
Yes.
got so many of these. Not even just ripoffs, just really bad takes at what they thought was probably simple filmmaking. But
Right.
the sad part with found footage is it's inherently not simple, because you have to make a good story and make the conceit of the found footage believable. And
Right.
most of the found footage films failed on one of those two aspects.
Absolutely, yeah. And also I think during that period what didn't exist as slashers were from that Splat Pack crew that they
Yep.
called them at the time, and so those were like kind of like predating like French Extremity, and they were more meant to be like, if they weren't punishing, they were self-aware in a different way.
Right.
So that's why I say, so I didn't want to spoil it up top, but Scream was Christmas of 1996 and Black Christmas was Christmas of 2006. I thought it was the
Yep.
perfect combo of what, like, it really truly is the beginning and the end of that slasher era. Now obviously there was a little more downtime with some of it. But yeah, great, that's awesome. I was trying to think. Yeah, no, that was all I wanted to say about that. I do have a list of honorable mentions. I don't know if you did too.
Yeah, shoot them out there. You go first.
Sweet. Okay, cool. Halloween H2O, just because I actually think that did a great job of, if you were going to make a Halloween movie 20 years later, even though it has a little bit of that, even though they didn't shoot it in Canada, it definitely feels like at times it's like Michael Myers goes to Vancouver. But that being said, if you're going to do that, it really did it in a great self-contained way. Steve Miner, total journeyman, perfect for the job. Excellent journeyman, I should say.
Yep.
And also, I think it aged better after those David Gordon Green ones, with what it did with those movies. Anyway, I had Black Christmas in my honorable mentions.
Nice.
I had mentioned that before. Wrong Turn, super, super fun, kind of a Hills Have Eyes riff.
Yeah.
I just think it has some really cool kills and really is a good, solid, did really well with what it had. We'll do okay. So the one that I was debating putting on number 6 when I had to make the choice, I ended up going with Cherry Falls. I'm glad I did, but was Valentine, which was Jamie Blank's. What I liked about Valentine is it actually had people in their 20s playing people in their 20s.
Yep.
And everyone in their 20s is an asshole. So they were all assholes and they all had but also it was just like, Denise Richards, Marley Shelton, David Boreanaz, like the same thing.
Yeah.
It kind of bought those, I just thought it was, again, it did had a lot of fun with the premise. The Cherub, great mask for a killer.
Great mask.
Does too many. The thing is, you already know who the killer is, I think, very early on. And the movie does spend so much time trying to confuse you with that and just stacks its red herrings, even to the very last second. And I don't think it needed to. I think it just that's the only kind of flaw in that movie. And then my last two, there's a back-to-back theme with these two, but Final Destination, I know it kickstarted it, but it is one of the few slashers from that period that actually not only has a clever premise with it, even though it's a supernatural element, but it doesn't. I guess what I'm getting at is it actually tries to deal with, and one of the few critics that actually pointed this out, Roger Ebert, liked this movie. He gave it a 3-star. And sorry, it's a weird thing to reference him at this point in the conversation. He's not a great metric for slashers because he obviously with horror. No, that said, one thing he does bring up with this movie that I think other critics and most other people didn't is he actually thinks that death is just another way of saying God in this movie. And he's like, if you really think about it, they're actually talking about, well, is death also God? And it obviously never makes. Obviously, you could also make the argument, is it Satan? But obviously, it deals with it it actually deals with it. It obviously never wrestles with real spirituality, but it, I think, actually tries to deal with that in some capacity. And to tie it together, my other last mention is Devon Sawa in Idle Hands.
Mm.
I think Idle Hands, it's obviously kind of a stoner comedy too, but it is a slasher. It just takes it from the point of view of the killer, essentially, until the hand gets lopped off and it becomes its own thing. But I think this is a super fun movie. It kind of has all the like that self-awareness, but in a very different way than these other slashers do. And it cameos with The Offspring, the most 1999. It's funny. It has The Offspring, but they don't. It in the trailer it plays Pretty Fly for a White Guy, I believe, but in the movie they're doing a Ramones cover of I Want to Be Sedated. But even the Offspring gets killed in this movie. At least the lead singer does. It's also very funny that he gets killed when a severed hand lands on his head and rips it off, and it causes everybody to run away as if they all couldn't just gang up on this hand and destroy it, which is very funny. But, it's got a young Jessica Alba, Seth Green, Eldon Henson, just like a really of its time movie. Rodman Flender, I think, did a great job of mixing humor with actually, the opening isn't funny. The opening credit sequence is actually kind of weirdly creepy. And then the opening with the Fred Willard and the I forget the actor that plays his mom, but Fred Willard plays his dad in this, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. So here I am going to bat for the movie, and I'm like drawing blanks. It's only because I've been up since 6 this morning. But I think everyone just does a great job, and that opening sequence is actually genuinely scary, and it has like some great, or I should say not scary, but effective, and has some good practical effects work. So that's why that was in my honorable mentions.
Yeah, you had named most of mine. I will say it was mentioned earlier, but Club Dread was also very close to being on my list. I think it is one of the more fun of the like very obvious, just kind of beat for beat horror comedies that they did to lampoon in a way the slasher cycle that they were deep in the middle of by the time that it came out. I was not a fan of Idle Hands, so this was not on my list, but like H2O is one of my favorite of the original Halloween films. I don't hate the David Gordon Green trilogy, but I do think that especially when you compare H2O to what we got after that, they're so monumentally different. It makes me, I don't know, like wistful in a weird way, because, we talked about Halloween 6 earlier, and part of that is that movie has been both loathed and in a way brought back to life, because some people say they prefer the producer's cut, which is still not a great movie.
Sure.
But the way that they ruined everything with the whole Thorn line in that original franchise is just such a waste. Like, it could have been an actual way to make it useful and extend this in a decent way. But I don't know. There's so much about it that was just gone. But then H2O comes, and it's interesting, and it's almost Scream-esque. I mean, we bring Janet Leigh into this. We bring so many just weird and different choices that take Michael Myers out of this random place out of nowhere and take him thousands of miles away and put him in this setting. It's just interesting.
Well, that's another one that also went through a lot of rewrites. This was Dark Horizons was a big. I got to access. I remember there was like something where they had like a screenplay list somewhere. I found it through Dark Horizons. I don't remember if it was on there correctly, but you can actually find the drafts of like all the writers that did stuff, and it's crazy. They actually at some point don't ignore the middle timeline. They ignore Thorn, but they don't. Ignore, there's actually a scene where she learns that her daughter, Danielle Harris, dies, and so she goes and throws up in a bathroom, and there's also another cut where her son, the guy, the Josh Hartnett character, dies, and then there's another one where just the Michelle Williams character dies. She gets like hung on a bell tower or something. There's like so many different versions of this script that floated around. At one point I remember I stopped reading them because I thought, granted I was 14 at the time, so I had the time on my hands. But I remember even at that age, I thought, I was like, some of this feels like fan fiction. Maybe some of these scripts aren't real scripts. But, the one through line with a lot of these that we talked about is Kevin Williamson was involved with them. He wrote, what are we talking about? Scream, I Know What You Did Last Summer, The Faculty, H2O, even though he's not credited on the final drafts, he definitely did a lot of punching.
He did the rewrites on a bunch of times.
A bunch of them. And he wrote one of the drafts that didn't get made. And, so he was involved. And then he left a lot of those, like he wasn't involved with them, to go make Teaching Mrs. Tingle. What a fucking misdirection. Talk about flying too close to the sun, man. He could have written Scream 3 and it would have been much better. But weirdly, hey, that ended up being better than what screams that followed, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's funny how he, as much as Wes Craven was responsible directorially, because obviously the visual style is there, it's funny how much of his script, and then he ended up getting a lot of that work. But like Urban Legend was written by Silvio Horta, I believe, who created Ugly Betty.
Yep.
Wow.
Very, very interesting ties. And like we said at the beginning, all of this does stem from Scream. Scream has to be at the top of this. There's so much that it set the pace, it made the rules, it literally set up the entire cycle. And there are lots of times, in fact, in every era, you can find, just like we talked about with Black Christmas and with Scream, you can find that point where this started everything and this sort of killed it. And then there's another thing that when there's another era of horror, you can find that other title that started it and something that killed that, and that will happen like that forever. I mean, films come in cycles. Like there was years we didn't have any good vampire movies, and now now that it was zombies for years, now that we're finally getting vampire movies again that are coming out. And
that's true.
I guarantee that we're going to be getting more and more of those, because vampires are inherently political, just like zombies. And we're into a different reign of people just completely draining the life out of civilization, which means that metaphor is there.
That's funny. That is why torture porn, for its period when it got that name, why it was what it was, because it was during the height of the Iraq War and
9/11.
And when that ended, and when it kind of became, once Bush was out of office, that even those movies kind of started going down. Even Saw felt, even while you're watching Saw, you can feel the movies being exhausted with themselves. And then the ones that came out that were like some attempt on that, like Captivity and Collector or whatever. I mean, I know those movies have their defenders, but I personally can't. I tried revisiting a few of them and I couldn't finish them.
Right.
So
I think that's it. I feel like we crushed it tonight. This conversation has been great. Very, very much enjoyed this.
I have to say, 4 hours, it flew fucking by. I didn't realize it was 4 hours. So only because I see the timer right there. So so we did it. We did 2 Scream 1 and 2. You could have watched them. No, actually more. We would have been halfway through part 3 at this point.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. No. Hey, this was awesome.
As we said at the beginning, go check out at the Pleasure Chest next Tuesday. Check out Eli. Check out Punk Vacation, brand new announced co-host, even though you've been on many episodes over the last however many months. Please, anything else that you've got that you want to shout out? I've got the link for his Instagram in the bio. Go link on that, and
that's perfect.
Follow him.
That's what I was going to promote. Yeah, that's usually where I type all my stuff, because when Pussycat Theater does come back, I'll be dropping a nice flyer there. I always post. I'm more active obviously in the stories, but when I do post, I like to make it count. So when I usually post the show flyers, and if you can't make it this month, if you listen to this too late, second Tuesday of every month, and if it ever deviates from that, or if you're listening from somewhere else, I do tour, not as often as I did before. I do it more in spurts, regionally speaking, with comedy. But I'll be in November. I'll be I usually go back to visit family, so I'll do some shows in South Florida. I try to hit a couple regions here and there. I'm going to be working on that more in the new year. That's the plan. So I'll be posting more when I go to other places. I usually tour within, like I said, a region. So if I hit like the Southeast, or if the plan is to hit like, the Pacific Northwest, I'll usually hit a few dates. So I'll be posting about those on there as well.
Well, you have been an immaculate guest. People seem to love you. That means we got to have you back someday if you'll come.
I absolutely would, because I had a blast. I honestly, I can't believe we're done. I could go another hour. If I didn't have to pee, I would go another hour.
Well, just like you, I've been up since 4:45 my time, so I've been exhausted for many hours now. Everybody, please go follow Eli. I love your work. I love what you do. I would love to see your comedy someday. Please continue what you're doing, because it's important.
Thank you for the support, Ryan. Thank you for having me. This was super fun. Thank you for what you're doing, because this was so fun, and the wealth of knowledge, just what you're springing on and what you're letting everybody know about is awesome. So I really appreciate it as well.
Appreciate you, everybody watching and being active in the chat tonight, and we'll see you next Thursday. Have a good one. Thank you for watching The Disconnected. On the way out, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that you've liked the video, and that you've copied the link to be able to share it with someone else that may appreciate this.